Haimanti, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Shantoshi, are you able to connect your audio? If not, then I think we should begin with Baba's talk. Then after that, you can complete your Mangalacharan. So we are now going on Facebook Live. Can you hear me, Santoshji? Just I can give you a suggestion. You can leave the meeting and rejoin. Oh, you got the audio. Thank you. And now unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please. Yes. So I just want to check your voice. Is it coming clear? Can you speak? Uh,
I am
yes,
okay.
we can hear you. So let me go on live. I will request you when you have to start.
Okay. My voice coming?
Yes. So we are going on live now.
Yes.
Namaskar and welcome everyone once again to the event Awaken with Eternal Motherhood. We are on the final day of our 3-day long event. We are truly grateful to all of you for being with us. May the Supreme Shakti lead us for an enlightening completion of this program. Without further delay, I like to announce that we will begin today with the Vedic Mangalacharan by Dr. Santosh Upadhyay. Santoshji, you can start your Mangalacharan now. Yes.
Hari Om Swasti Na Indra Vridhasaravaha Swasti Na Pukha Vishvavedaha Swasti Nastarcho Arishtari स्वस्तिरं बृहस्पतिर्दधातु भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणोयामदेवा भद्रं पश्ये माक्षाभिर्जयतराः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टो वा पुंसस्तनोभिर्व्यसे महि देवहि तञ्जदा यो हरिः ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः.
Thank you so much, Santoshji. My pranam. Dr. Santosh Upadhyay has completed his graduation in Sanskrit from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and masters in Sanskrit his masters in Sanskrit in Sanskrit Vyakaran from Uttarakhand Sanskrito Vishwavidyalaya. He has done his PhD from Lal Bahadur Shastri Rashtriya Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya. Currently, he is continuing his profession as a Sanskrit teacher in the Government Inter College, Uttarakhand. Thank you, Shantashji, for joining us. Now, I request to take over the program to Dr. Jayashish Bandopadhyay. I think most of us, we are already aware about his excellent emceeing, but for those who are joining us for the first time today, I like to introduce Dr. Bandopadhyay. He is an initiated disciple of the Ramakrishna Mission and had the opportunity to pay obeisance to Sri Sri Ma Anandamayi as a child on a few occasions in Ranchi and Dhanbad. He has been living in England for the last 20 years and is working as a consultant ophthalmic surgeon at the James Cook University Hospital, Middlesbrough. I will request Dr. Jayashish to take over the event now.
Namaste, namaste everybody. Thank you so much, Hemantiji, for your kind words. It has been an absolute pleasure to be present in this wonderful seminar organized on the behalf of SWA by Hemantiji and her team. And we have had excellent eminent speakers, realized monks from various, from the Ramakrishna
I
Mission.
can't hear.
Can you hear now? Can you hear now? Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Banerjee, you are. Yes, you are completely audible. There must be some problem from her end. Her speaker must be muted or something. You are completely
Okay.
audible. Mr. Banerjee, you are audible.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Now, we have excellent eminent speakers today as well. And we have Swami Kedarnath. He's a direct disciple of Sri Ma Anandamayi. And thank you so much, Swamiji. Please accept our pranams. And by her grace, he was able to experience Samadhi. He has written 40 books, some about Ma and some others. It's the first time that any author has written on Ma's philosophy. This entire credit goes to him. Apart from his literary work, he has also established 3 ashrams on Ma's name, one in Indore and 2 in Omkareshwar and Guna, all in the MP. Presently, Swamiji guides the seekers of truth to approach him. We are so blessed to have Swamiji grace this platform and enlighten us with his talk. Thank you, Swamiji. We'll be grateful if you can begin now. Thank you, Swamiji.
Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma. Am I audible?
Yes,
Am I
Swamiji,
audible?
you are. You are
Yes.
perfectly audible, Swamiji.
Yeah. My Jai Ma to all. My pranamas to all. And Shri Ma's blessings to all those who have arranged this divine blessing program for those who seek and surrender at the holy feet of Ma, the one absolute divine mother who has manifested herself in 3 divine and holy forms. Ma Sharda of Ramakrishna Mission, Sri Mataji of Sri Pondicherry, and Sri Anandamayi Ma of Ma Anandamayi Sangh. I go down to all these 3 mothers. I had the impression that I am to speak about my personal experiences with Ma. When I attended a Zoom meeting on 23rd June, I found that the subject of whole program was Awakening Eternal Motherhood. And then on 24th meeting, I was astonished to listen from Hemanti ji that I was to speak on Ma's philosophy on 25th. So I don't know from where I to start. Hemanti ji ने अपना एक
Yes,
हफ्ता
what,
I am
आपका जो मन है, आपका मन में जो है, हम लोग वही सुनेंगे.
Thank you. There are three subjects. One, my experiences with Ma. Second, awakening eternal motherhood. And the third, Ma's philosophy. I don't see any separation in all these three subjects. Be it my experience with Ma, or the awakening of eternal motherhood, or even Ma's philosophy, they all say and merge into one single theme, the absolute oneness of existence. My ultimate experience with Ma was this realization of oneness. Motherhood of divinity consists in this oneness, and Ma's philosophy of absolute cognition is also centered around this mystical oneness, where all opposites are reconciled. So I would like to start with Ma's philosophy. In my book, An Introduction to Sri Anandamayi Ma's Philosophy of Absolute Cognition, I have presented its philosophy in a nutshell in this way. Achieving reality according to Sri Anandamayi Ma is an absolute identity, a totality which denies or excludes nothing. This absoluteness of totality in her life was reached and realized not by negation, but by assertion, moment to moment. And just because of this, we find that her every answer turns to one singular theme, the one who is all. Sri Anandamayi Mas does not see any contradiction in one and many, in duality and non-duality, in existence and non-existence, in consciousness and unconsciousness, in bliss and non-bliss, and all such antinomies. All antinomies, according to her, are the experience of the one who, in the words of Sri Ma, is everything yet nothing, and nothing yet everything. The one of which she speaks is the highest synthesis of all contradictions. It is not a dialectical or a thought of conclusion, but is a fact which can be experienced by each seeker of truth for himself when he reaches the highest realm of reality. This we may call the transcendental unity of reality, which is across one and beyond everything. The absolute cognition philosophy of Sri Anandamayi Ma stands for such a unity. It is this unity of truth which gives a real basis to humanism, and in the realization of this oneness lies the real solution of the humanitarian and social problems which the modern society is facing today. This, however, is central theme of our metaphysics or other philosophical issues like Jeev, world, bondage, liberation. One should read the book referred above. For your kind information, this book has been translated into French, also by an eminent scholar of that country. Now we shall talk about awakening eternal motherhood, which is the main theme of this whole program also. In the meeting on 23rd June, Sri Govindji explained Sri Aurobindo's doctrine of evolution and of supramental consciousness. What exactly meant by this supramental consciousness? इस प्रश्न का उत्तर हम माँ के एक विशिष्ट अनुभव के माध्यम से प्राप्त करने की कोशिश करेंगे। श्री माँ अपने जन्म के प्रारंभिक तथ्यों का उल्लेख करते हुए कहती हैं जब यह शरीर मातृगर्भ से धरती पर गिरा तब इसका सिर पूर्व दिशा की ओर था और इसका मुख दक्षिण दिशा की ओर। वंडरफुल। अपने जन्म को देख पाना इतिहास की एक अभूतपूर्व घटना है। Is it possible that one can see his own birth? Not at all, but it happened in mass case. माँ ने कन्या को गर्भ से बाहर आते देखा। अब प्रश्न ये है कि हम माँ किसे कहें? वो माँ जो गर्भ से बाहर आई, धरती पर गिरी, जिनका नाम बाद में निर्मला सुंदरी देवी रखा गया, या वो माँ जो देख रही थी, who was seer of this event, and third, या वो माँ जो इन दोनों के बैकग्राउंड में एज ए सब्सटेटम मौजूद हैं जब ये इवेंट घटित नहीं हुआ। इन तीन में से हम किसको माँ बोलेंगे? दिस इज द क्वेश्चन, ग्रेट क्वेश्चन। इस प्रश्न का उत्तर सुप्रामेंटल कॉन्शियसनेस की दृष्टि से होगा कि हम तीनों को मिलकर माँ कहते हैं। तीनों मिलकर माँ, वन एब्सोल्यूट डिवाइन मदर, वो माँ है। इट इज मदरहुड, इटर्नल मदरहुड, एंड to her we call Ma. To her we call Ma Sharda of Ramakrishna Mission. To her we call Sri Mataji of Pondicherry. And to her we call Sri Anandamayi Ma of Mata Anandamayi Sangha. These three are one absolute mother, divine mother. This one divine mother has manifested herself in these three forms: Ma Sharda Devi, Sri Mataji, and Ma Anandamayi. Now this is about motherhood. Now we come to my experiences with Ma. श्री माँ का प्रथम दर्शन मुझे अगस्त 1969 में वृंदावन में हुआ। उन दिनों ये श्री रामकृष्ण आश्रम में रहता था। माँ ठाकुर परमहंस देव रामकृष्ण देव का और माँ शारदा का मंदिर था और उनकी पूजा का जो दायित्व था वो मुझे सौंपा गया था। ठाकुर माँ की सेवा पूजा मैं करता, नित्य प्रति आरती पूजा। माँ शारदा से मैं प्रार्थना करता कि माँ मुझे आप जैसी माँ दे दो, आप जैसी माँ से मिला दो। और फिर ठाकुर श्री रामकृष्ण देव से प्रार्थना करता ताकि कोई वस्तु नहीं चाहिए, कोई धन नहीं चाहिए, कोई नेम फेम नहीं चाहिए, नथिंग। स्वीकार वात्सल्य उमड़ा और मुझे माँ मिल गई, माँ आनंदमयी। ठाकुर और माँ शारदा में मर्ज हो गए। माँ शारदा ने जीवंत रूप में माँ के घर आ लिया। This was the beginning of the spiritual journey. वृंदावन पहुंचा 69 में। तो वो घटना का ऐसा चला कि चूंकि मैं रामकृष्ण देव का भक्त था, तो वृंदावन जो रामकृष्ण आश्रम में, वहाँ दर्शन करना स्वाभाविक था। वहाँ गए, पहुंचा। वहाँ एक संत थे रमेश महाराज, ये 69 की बात है। उनसे भेंट हुई मंदिर में। उन्होंने कहा, भाई हमारे आश्रम के सामने एक माता जी का आश्रम है, तुम भी चल सकते हो। चलो। इसके पहले माँ का कभी नाम नहीं सुना, माँ ने कुछ पढ़ा नहीं जाती। तो जो माँ का आश्रम था, उसके दरवाजे पर तो फूल मालाएं, भीतर प्रवेश किया। माँ एक आसन जो स्तुति पाठ कर रही थी।
स्वामी जी आपको सुनाई नहीं दे रहे हैं? शायद कोई प्रॉब्लम है आपके इंटरनेट की उधर से।
Am I audible now?
हाँ स्वामी जी
Am I
अभी
audible
सुनाई दे
now?
रहे हैं। हाँ स्वामी जी
Yeah.
आपकी जो इंटरनेट है वो उसके थोड़ा पास अगर बैठे
Yes.
तो शायद अच्छा सुनाई देगा। ठीक है, ये इट्स फाइन नाउ स्वामी जी, ठीक है। प्लीज कंटिन्यू स्वामी जी, सॉरी फॉर इंटरप्टिंग।
All right.
यस स्वामी जी अभी सुनाई दे रहे हैं। आप बताइए। बहुत बहुत सुंदर कहानी आप बता रहे हैं हम लोग को। ये अनुभव, आपके अनुभव बहुत जरूरी है हम लोग को सुनने के लिए। आप बताइए।
ये श्री भक्तों के बीच में माँ को माला अर्पित करके वहाँ बैठ के के बाद एकदम से आंख बंद हो गई। बहुत समाप्त हो गया। केसरी वहाँ बैठा रहा।
I think the connection is repeatedly getting cut. So, Swamiji is here, or you are muted.
I was wondering if we can stop just the video. All we want to see, and probably the bandwidth will be better.
Yeah, but I can't hear him as well.
स्वामी जी आप हैं?
Not listening.
हाँ स्वामी जी। स्वामी जी आप हैं?
I can see, but his video and often he is muted too. Swamiji, you are muted.
स्वामी जी अगर आप आपकी म्यूट बटन को दबाएं दोबारा तो फिर हम लोग सुन पाएंगे आपको। Yes, left. Okay. I think we'll wait for a little bit more for Swamiji. It was such a wonderful.
Let's do him later. Let's try and do him later. It's very interesting.
Oh, absolutely. It's a very interesting
Yeah.
Yeah,
story,
let's
and he
just try and
has.
get his connection correct, and then let's do him later.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can do that. No problem.
Yeah, just
Okay.
check with Swamiji because he's going to go into monsoon.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
maybe
Okay.
after
Yes,
9.
absolutely. 9 o'clock. Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yes,
after
absolutely.
9. I think after 9 is a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Talk to Gopal Das ji.
Yeah, I'm checking with Swamiji. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Just give us a few minutes. Hemantji is checking with Swamiji if he's around, because he was relating a very, very interesting story for those who couldn't follow Hindi.
He needs to start from the beginning because I think his connection was so bad we haven't heard very much.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
That'll be brilliant because it was, I mean, he's a realized master in himself.
Absolutely,
So, yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hemantji is trying to speak with him. Let's
Great.
see if
I'm
she
trying,
can
but
connect.
Swamiji is here. He's
Swamiji is here?
joining. He's joining. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Swamiji, join.
हाँ क्या आप ये जय मां आप सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
हाँ हाँ, अभी सुन पा रहे हैं। हाँ हाँ हाँ।
अच्छा
हाँ,
ठीक है,
सुन
तो
पा
हम
रहे
ये
हैं।
हाँ आप
एकदम
सुन पा रहे हैं,
आप सुन पा रहे हैं।
ठीक है, थामिए लगा।
आप थोड़ा वो जो लैपटॉप है वो स्वामी जी के थोड़ा पास ले जाएंगे तो अच्छा है। हाँ समझिए।
बाबा शुरू से करें बात।
शुरू से
हाँ, शुरू से करें बात। शुरू से करें, दोबारा शुरू करें।
I begin. Yes, should I begin?
Yes, Swami ji.
Yes, please, we can hear you.
Please, शुरू कीजिए।
I am audible.
हाँ, स्वामी जी
Yes,
सुनाई दे रहा है।
yes.
Yes, स्वामी जी आप शुरू कीजिए। नमस्ते स्वामी जी।
You can begin. You can begin with the when you were talking about the Ramakrishna mission. You can begin from that part.
Yes, great. Thank
From the
you.
very beginning. अच्छा. So, रामकृष्ण आश्रम में ये श्री रहता था। वहाँ की जो पूजा थी ठाकुर की और माँ शारदा, माँ से प्रार्थना करता, माँ मुझे आप जैसी माँ मिला दो। I should get mother like you. और ठाकुर से प्रार्थना करता, ठाकुर मुझे आप जैसा गुरु मिला दो। I want guru like you. I ask for nothing else. No name, fame, no money, nothing. I want a guru like you, like a mother like you. And it happened. उन्होंने प्रार्थना सुनी। माँ शारदा का अपनी संतान के प्रति वात्सल्य उमड़ा और मुझे माँ मिल गई। कैसे मिली, आगे की स्टोरी। वृंदावन जाना हुआ एक बार किसी काम से। वहाँ चूंकि ठाकुर के और माँ के प्रति भक्ति थी, तो वहाँ जो रामकृष्ण आश्रम था वृंदावन में, वहाँ पहुंचा, ठाकुर का दर्शन किया, उस प्रार्थना को फिर से रिपीट किया, दर्शन करके लौटा तो आश्रम के एक स्वामी थे, स्वामी रमेश महाराज, उनसे भेंट हुई। उन्होंने बोला अपने आश्रम के सामने एक माता जी का आश्रम है, माता जी आई हुई हैं, अगर तुम्हारी इच्छा हो तो यू कैन accompany me. I agreed. इसके पहले माँ का कभी कोई नाम नहीं सुना था, माँ को कभी देखा नहीं था, टोटली अनअवेयर ऑफ एवरीथिंग। हम लोग माँ के आश्रम के गेट पर पहुंचे, वहां से फूल माला ली और भीतर जाकर जो छलिया मंदिर है वहाँ एक तख्त था, माँ उस पर बैठी हुई थी। आसपास 10-12 दीदी थी जो चंडी पाठ कर रही थी। 10-12 भक्त थे सामने बैठे थे। माँ के गले में हम लोगों ने माला अर्पित की और माला अर्पित करने के बाद माँ के सामने हम लोग बैठ गए। बैठते ही अचानक आंख बंद हो गई, पूरा थॉट प्रोसेस बंद हो गया, आउटर कॉन्शियसनेस समाप्त हो गई, बाह्य बोध समाप्त हो गया। ना भीतर कोई चेतना थी और ना बाहर का कोई बोध। ऐसी स्टेट एक माँ की कृपा से अपने आप आ गई। I don't know how much time I was in that state. When I opened my eyes, I found there was no one. ना वहाँ माँ थी, ना दीदियाँ थी, ना भक्त लोग थे और ना रमेश महाराज थे जो लेकर आए थे। Everyone had gone. It was perhaps evening. आँख खुली, चुपचाप प्रणाम किया और वापस अपने स्थान पर आ गए। So this was my first darshan and first experience of Ma's grace. Undemanded, unexpected, and still more than 50 years have passed. It is still a mystery for me. What was that state? I cannot understand it. This is first experience. Then my second experience and second meeting. क्योंकि ये जो फर्स्ट एक्सपीरियंस था, इट वाज अनडिमांडेड, अनएक्सपेक्टेड, तो ये जो घटना थी वह विस्मृत हो गई, सब भूल गया। इस घटना का प्रभाव ये हुआ कि भगवान की प्राप्ति की लालसा बहुत तीव्र हो गई। मुझे इस सगुण साकार ब्रह्म का दर्शन हो, मुझे उनकी प्राप्ति हो, ऐसा एक विकलता भीतर ही भीतर आ गई। तो इन्हीं दिनों की बात है कि साधना चलती रही, कोई पूर्ण समाधान नहीं मिल सका। In the beginning of 1976, कनखल में एक संत थे, उनसे भेंट हुई। उनको अपनी व्याकुलता के विषय में बताया तो उन्होंने अपनी जीवन की कहानी, he was CA, very learned man, उनको वैराग हो गया था, संन्यास ले लिया। वो हरिद्वार में रहते थे एक जगह। तो उन्होंने बताया कि उनका जो ध्यान होता है, साधना होती है, उनको सूक्ष्म में ध्यान की अवस्था में कुछ सिद्ध पुरुषों के दर्शन होते हैं। Somehow he was related to Theosophical Society. Every day he used to meditate under a tree in some near forest. One day it happened that when he was meditating beneath the tree, when he opened his eyes, he saw a mantra before her on a paper in golden letters. There was a mantra he got. He took it, read it, and उस मंत्र का जो जप और ध्यान उनका वो शुरू हो गया। उन्होंने बताया कि इस मंत्र के जप से मेरी बहुत आध्यात्मिक प्रगति हुई और उन्होंने कहा कि अगर तुम इस मंत्र का जप करो तो तुमको बहुत जल्दी तुम्हारा डिजायर्ड, तुम जो चाहते हो वो तुमको मिल जाएगा। इससे यस, आई एम एग्रीड। तो he initiated into that mantra to me. That month is related with the Siddhas, masters in some subtle world. सूक्ष्म जगत में जो सिद्ध महापुरुष रहते हैं, जिसके विषय में थियोसॉफिकल सोसाइटी बात करती है, उनका है वो। तो इस मंत्र का जप किया, ध्यान किया, and I prayed to those masters to help me. This is about मार्च 1976 की बात है लगभग। इस मंत्र के जप का ये प्रभाव हुआ, and that स्वामी told me later on कि तुम्हारे विषय में हमारा उन मास्टर से बात हुआ है, and they will help you certainly. उसके 3 महीने बाद एक ऐसा कोई घटनाक्रम घटा कि May 15 1976 कनखल जाना हुआ। पहले माँ का जो एक्सपीरियंस हुआ था, आई हैड टोटली फॉरगॉटन। अब दूसरे एक्सपीरियंस, माँ के आश्रम के हॉल पर पहुंचा। हॉल पूरा भरा हुआ था। सामने जो मंच था, बड़ा हॉल, उस पर माँ बैठी थी और भी बहुत सारे 10-15 महामंडलेश्वर वहां बैठे थे। माँ का जन्मोत्सव का टाइम था, वो जन्मोत्सव एट कनखल इन 1976। I remember the date, it was 15th May. हॉल के दरवाजे पर खड़ा हुआ, पहली बार माँ को देखा और माँ को देखते से ही सारा जो थॉट प्रोसेस बंद हो गया। एक भाव दशा प्राप्त हो गई, आंखों से आंसू बहने लगे। हाथ जोड़ने की मुद्रा में वहां खड़ा रहा गेट के पास, और सारे विचार बंद होने के बाद एक ही विचार आया, माँ भगवान है, माँ भगवान है। जीवों के उद्धार के लिए इन्होंने अवतार लिया है। शी इज गॉड रियलिटी। शी हैज डिसेंडेड टू लिबरेट souls. She is God and nothing else. This the one single thought, and tears flowed from the eyes. माँ को देखता रहा। माँ की दृष्टि इस शरीर के ऊपर पड़ी तो माँ ने ऐसे इशारा किया to go to her, but I could not believe. It was my Ma's first darshan. Ma did not know me. I did not know her. How could it be possible that she can call me? पीछे मुड़कर देखा, there was no one. Again माँ ऐसे करके बुलाया. Still I could not believe. Third time also she tried, but I could not believe. Just seeing Ma, I stood there. Then माँ sent a brahmachari. तो बाबा एक गेट पर खड़ा है, उसको बुला के लाओ. And later on I knew, when a few years back I went to Banaras and met Panuda. Panuda told me that it was me to whom Ma said that called us Baba. माँ के वो जो पानुदा माँ के पास ले गए, माँ ने कहा बाबा, हाँ, माँ ने कहा तुम आ गया, we have come. Yes, जी माँ. As if she was knowing everything and waiting. माँ के पास बैठना हुआ, सत्संग चलता रहा. This was my second experience of her grace. Second experience with Ma. Wonderful. From that day onwards till now, माँ में कभी मनुष्य दृष्टि नहीं हुई. Never. Ma is God, God alone. So this is about second. Now the third experience, the climax. This was the experience on 15th May 1976. And the third experience occurred on 20th January 1977. Climax of the experience. This also occurred in Vrindavan, when that first experience occurred. I was staying in a ashram, Vigyan ashram. Every day I used to go for satsang with some saint, great saint. एक दिन का बात है कि वो, हाँ, यस, 20 जनवरी, सत्संग से शरीर लौट रहा था, विज्ञान आश्रम में प्रवेश किया. It was about 7:30 or so PM. जिस कमरे में ये शरीर ठहरा हुआ था, जब ये शरीर उस कमरे के गेट पर पहुंचा, तो न जाने क्यों I felt very strongly that death is waiting for me. It is behind the gate, and as soon as I will open the gate, she will attack. Very dreadful feeling. But anyhow, साहस बटोरा और कमरे के भीतर प्रवेश किया. I sat in meditation. Let it happen or it happens. ध्यान में वो फीलिंग बनी रही, feeling of death. It has come. And then I could not sit more. बिस्तर पर लेट गया. उस वक्त जो फीलिंग थी, it was such an intense feeling of death कि लगा कि this is the last moment. And in that last moment, मुझे पुरानी कुछ बातें याद आ गईं. हाथ जोड़े और भगवान को प्रार्थना की कि यदि हमसे कुछ अपराध बन गया, जिस किसी के प्रति जब कभी भी कोई भी अपराध बना हो, वो सब मुझे क्षमा करे. Pardon me. Yes, please. क्षमा करें. और दूसरी प्रार्थना हुई कि जिन महापुरुषों की कृपा प्राप्त हुई है, जिन्होंने मेरे उपकार किया है, उन सब के प्रति आई एम एक्सट्रीमली ग्रेटफुल टू ऑल ऑफ देम. जिनसे जो भी कभी मिला, आई एम वेरी वेरी ग्रेटफुल. एंड विद these two prayers, I surrendered myself to death. To death, please note down. उस समय कोई भगवान का ख्याल नहीं आया, गुरु का ख्याल नहीं आया. It was a surrender to death. I don't know for how many minutes I was there in that condition. Again it happened, aankh khuli. I wondered, I had died, then how I have come back? तो मैं तो मर गया था, फिर से जीवित कैसे हो गया? It was a rebirth. और इसी स्टेट में आंखों से फिर से आंसू बहने लगे, and I could feel that mantra of Ishabhasha Upanishad, Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam. There is nothing else. It was such a deep experience. Not of death, but of absolute reality. Absolute reality had revealed itself in the form of death, a divine death. Otherwise, it is not possible to come back. So this was my third experience by the grace of Ma.
Jai Ma, Jai Ma.
Jai Ma, Jai Ma. Please excuse me. I took so much time.
No, it
My
was
to all.
absolutely wonderful.
And
And
I
we are
pray
so
Ma
blessed.
to have her grace upon all. So I put full stop here.
My
Jai Ma,
pranam
Jai
to
Ma.
you. My pranam to you. Jashish ji, your microphone is muted.
बहुत लेट हो गया.
नहीं, स्वामी जी,
It's okay.
आपके अनुभव इतना सुंदर लगा हम लोग को. आपके दर्शन हो जाए तो भी हम लोग को बहुत बहुत आपके अनुभव के हिसाब से हेमंती जी के दूसरे एक सेशन करना पड़ेगा to just with you to share your experience. That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. हम लोग को प्रणाम स्वीकार कीजिए, हम लोग को आशीर्वाद दीजिए. जो आप यहाँ पर पार्टिसिपेंट हैं,
माँ से प्रार्थना, माँ की कृपा सबको मिले.
Thank you so much.
It's
a wonderful way to
Jai Ma,
begin.
Jai Ma.
Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma.
Jai Ma, Baba.
Jai Ma, Didi, Jai Ma.
It's a wonderful way to begin this talk today with Swami Kedarnath ji, who is a realized monk from the Annami order, who started with the Ramakrishna mission, worshipping as Sharada Devi, and then went to the Annami. What a wonderful way to begin this conference. We have a lot of other eminent speakers as well. Our next speaker today will be Dr. Devi Priya Roy. We are extremely blessed to have Dr. Devi Priya Roy in this conference. She is a granddaughter of respected Dr. Gopal Das Gupta, who was one of the most renowned devotee of Ma Anandamayi in Varanasi.
Mute kar do.
Yeah, Devi Priya Roy, you are okay now. Dr. Das Gupta is also the founder of Ma Anandamayi Hospital in Varanasi. And on the other side, Padma Vibhushan Mahamopradhyay, Dr. Gopinath Kaviraj, one was the leading guide of Dr. Devi Priya's doctoral studies. She has spent dedicated 7 long years starting with Kaviraj Maharaj and earned a PhD in philosophy from BHU, working on the concept of bhakti. She moved and started living in the USA for 46 years and continued her profession as a professor of philosophy and comparative religion. She has conducted classes on Hinduism and different aspects of bhakti in modern context for adult audiences. Being a literature enthusiast, Dr. Devi Priya has also been participating in literary seminars and editing magazines. Thank you. Namaste, Dr. Roy. Thank you so much for gracing this platform. We're so blessed to have you. You can start your talk now, Dr. Roy. Thank you.
Namaste. Jai Ma, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Roy, we can hear you so well. Thank you.
Thank you for affording me this wonderful opportunity to speak about Ma Anandamayi, the mother who stands at the center of our lives. As I prepared to talk about her, I realized that I am singularly incapable of finding words to talk about Ma, who is the be-all and end-all of this universe. I have had the good fortune of meeting the leading ladies, the wonderful ladies who used to form uh, the entourage of Ma, who had dedicated their lives to Ma. And I had met the saints and the ascetics who surrounded Ma. I was but a child who just played around Ma. I had known Ma since my very birth, since it was my grandfather, Dr. Gopal Prasad Dasgupta, who was her ardent devotee. And we accepted Ma as part of our lives. We didn't know any better. I remember my childhood days when we used to visit the ashram, which was our second family home. And Ma would sit there by the side of the Ganges on that roof in Varanasi ashram. If you have visited that ashram, she would sit there, give darshan to her devotees, answer their questions, and there would be wonderful kirtan going on in front of her. And I, as a child and others like me, would dance to the tune of that kirtan. Devotees would play for flower garlands around Ma's neck, and Ma would laugh, take those garlands off. And I was really so short that if she put the garland on my neck, it would touch my feet. So she would wrap it around my head. So that's how I have known Ma. I was not aware of her divinity. Ashram was our second home, and Ma was the constant presence. She was the patron goddess, patron protectress of our family. That's all we understood. So let me just explain to you that what I'm going to talk to you about is not my own experience, because yes, I have known Ma until the very day I had to leave India for coming to this foreign show. And I have been with Kaviraj and with my grandfather and with the others, Narayan Swami and others. They were part and parcel of our family almost. So let me explain to you that it is their words that I am bringing to you. Let me first start by repeating this shlok from the first adhyaya of Shri Shri Chandi. Yaccha kinchit kvachid vastu sadasat vakilatmike tasya sarvasya ya shakti satvam kim stuyase maya. There are no words that can describe you, Ma, because you are the be-all and end-all. Where can I find words that can describe you? So that is my experience. So my grandfather, Gopal Prasad Dasgupta, came to know Ma right after she came to Varanasi. That's when he first met her face to face. But even before that, he had a wonderful vision of Ma. Let me explain to you that Gopal Prasad had been a motherless child since he was 1.5 years old. His mother passed away from cholera epidemic, and he grew up under the care of a very nice stepmother, but he always hankered after his own mother. And as a result, when he grew up, he stopped believing in God because he couldn't find his own mother. He had this almost a complaint to God that, why did you take my mother away? So he didn't visit any ashram. He didn't go to any saints. He didn't visit any temple, nor did he perform any puja. He was a great, great philanthropist, and he became a very well-known doctor. He was the chief medical officer of Varanasi. So there he was. And then when he was in his early 30s, he had suffered from carbuncle, deadly disease those days, and he didn't know that he had had childhood diabetes. So the doctors had given up on him, and they told his wife, my Ditima, that he will not survive the night. So Gopal Prasad lay there thinking that these are his last moments. And suddenly he heard a very sweet voice speaking to him, which said, "Koshto hocche baba, bhalo hoye jabe. Are you in trouble, my child? You will be better." And somebody pressed a very sweet meat on his tongue. And he was startled. He opened his eyes and he said, "Who are you?" And all he could see was a sari-clad lady standing in front of him. The sari, there was a red bordered sari, and her face was covered. There was a sudden gust of wind that blew away the sari from her ankles, so to say. And he could see that one of her nails was shining with a glow. That's all. Then she vanished. She couldn't. And next morning, he was totally okay. He had the impression that it was his mother who had passed away in his early childhood. She had come back to comfort him. Several years passed, and then Narayan Swami, all of you have heard about him perhaps, one of the leading ascetics in Ma's order. Narayan Swami, who had been my grandfather's friend in his Grihasthrashram as Nepal Babu. So he came to see my grandfather. My grandfather was the chief medical officer of the Royal House of Varanasi at that time. So he came to see him and said, "Gopal Babu, there is this mother who has come from Dhaka. She is living on a Bajra, the big houseboat on the Ganges, and she is a little bit indisposed. We don't know anyone in Varanasi. So can you please come and take a look at her?" My grandfather said that, "I don't believe in saints and mothers and matajis." So he said, "Okay, she's a patient, come see her." So my grandfather went to see her. And there she was sitting on a bed in the Bajra, and her face was covered. Bholanath was alive at that time. So there was a red bordered sari covering her face from top to bottom. So my grandfather asked a few questions which were answered by Narayan Swami. And then my grandfather diagnosed whatever it was and gave the prescription to Narayan Swami and said, "Please go and get the medicine." So he was gone. Narayan Swami was gone. My grandfather was standing there. And just to show this, I'm quoting my grandfather's words, just to show that he didn't really care for any Mataji, he turned his back to her and started smoking a cigarette. And suddenly he hears this sweet voice asking him, "Are you smoking the cigarette? Take care that the cigarette doesn't smoke you away." He was startled, the same voice. He turned around and he said, "Who are you? Tumike?" And there was no answer. There was just the sound of laughter. And he saw there was a gust of wind coming over the Ganges, blew away the sari cover from her feet, and the same glowing nail. So my grandfather realized that this is the same presence. He accepted Ma from that day as at the center of his life. He used to say that she's the mother who has come back to me after she had left me at my birth. Was he really believing that? No, he thought that she is the universal mother. Now, let me tell you that my grandfather, of course, didn't become a ardent Hindu devotee in such sense. He would go to ashram every day. He would stand at the back. He would have arguments with Ma saying, "I am not one of your ascetics. I am not a pandit. I don't understand what you are talking about, but I love you." And my whole family, my grandmother and others, we accepted Ma. My grandmother also became just totally attached to Ma. So when I grew up, I saw, that's all I saw. And Ma used to laughingly call him Gopal Baba, and Ma would tell him that, don't worry, Gopal Baba, these things don't apply to you. We all know that Ma was very strict about discipline, and Ma was disciplined strict about discipline to Dadon also, whom I used to call Dadon. But Dadon she never asked him to visit any temple, follow any rules. And she told my grandfather's life was dedicated to her. And when my grandma, this is the last story I will tell about my grandfather's family. My grandma, when she passed away, she would, every time she bought her sindoor, she would take it to Ma, she would put it on Ma's feet, and then she would use that sindoor. So when my grandmother had a cerebral stroke in the middle of the night, she started complaining of headache. And my grandfather said that Ma is testing you. Can you repeat her name and not start groaning and moaning in pain? And my grandma said, yes, I'm going to do that. So she kept on repeating Ma, 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 Ma. She stopped only with her last breath. For several hours, she just kept on saying, repeating Ma's name. Ma was in Puri, Swargvar, in Swargdar Ashram. The whole night, we were told later, she walked around on the roof of the ashram and she kept on describing what was going on in Banaras. And then when my grandma finally breathed her last and my grandfather put the last sindoor on her, on the parting of her hair, she declared that my mother has left with a drum roll. Mama donka bajiye chole gelo. So this is what I have grown up with. I myself, Ma used to call me Bundhu. All children around her were called Bundhu. So we were Bundhu to her. Now, we spent most of our lives in the ashram, as I told you. When I came to do my PhD thesis, I went to Gopinath Kaviraj. Gopinath Kaviraj I have known since my very, very birth, of course, because I was almost an inmate of the ashram. But he became my teacher. How, that is a separate story. Now, Kaviraj I have seen Kaviraj, whom I also used to address as Dadu, grandpa, because I used to be a close friend of his granddaughter. So, and he told me that when he started teaching me, he had told me that, look here, Devi Priya, there are two types of jiva. Two types of jiva, the individual souls. One are baddha, one who are all the time, who are bound to be tied down to the world. And one are mukta, who have found liberation from this. Some of these who are tied down to the world will find their way to mukti. And there are some who are born liberated, who have always been liberated. They are of this world, but they are not of this world. They are Nitya Mukta. And Ma is Nitya Mukta. He always used to tell me, Ma is Nitya Mukta. Now, what does it mean? I was reading his descriptions of Ma all my life, and he has said at different places that whoever approaches Ma in whichever way, that's the way Ma responds to them. So there are several views about Ma, and you cannot say that any of them are wrong. Some of them called her a realized sadhika of the highest order. Some of them said she's Purna Brahma Narayan. Now, some of them said that she was a sadhika in her last life, and because of the karma, prarabdha, she has been born in this life, and she has achieved the highest degree of liberation. Now, Kaviraj would say, all of them, whichever way they approach Ma, they cannot be called wrong. He would recite Gita's shloka, ye yatha mang prapadyante, tang tathaiva bhajamaham, mama vartmanu vartante, manushya partha sarvasha. whoever approaches me in whichever way, I respond to them in the same way. So what is the Nitya Mukta? We become, uh, we are all part of Brahman, as we know. As Hindus, we have always been taught that we are part of a Brahman. Who is Brahman? Who is Sat, Sat, Chit, and Anand. Now, we all call that Sat, Chit, Anand, seldom realizing what it really means. Sat means it exists. That's all. It's always there. Even when there was nothing, total non-existence, that non-existence existed. We cannot say there is zero, so well, zero existed. So that existence, it is Sat. And naturally, it is eternal. That means it is beyond time. Time comes much later. Time is just a mental construct of the human beings, those of us who change. So Sat is that who is eternal, who is forever, and Chit. Now it is conscious. It is not blind energy. It knows, it is aware of everything. Now, when I say aware of everything, that term itself is erroneous because there is nothing beside it. It is all that there is. So we are, when I say I am aware of you, that means there is a you. But when there is nothing but that Brahman or that Sat, then it is just aware of itself. It is supremely self-conscious, Chit. And because it is perfect, because nothing is lacking in it, it is Anand. So that it is perfect joy. And in that perfect joy, that Chit, Sat, that plays, Leela, it just do like waves rising in the ocean and falling away again, the Ichha or that Chit, it plays. That supreme consciousness, he said, is Ma. We all have heard about Ma's Khyal. This is Ma's Khyal. I was reading somewhere that Ma says that my Khyal is a bit different. You have to understand when I talk about, of course, she never used the word my. She says this Khyal. Now, because Khyal, when I say I have this Khyal, I have a Khyal about something else. But Ma is all that there is. She is everything. So naturally, she is self-conscious. Her Khyal is the joy that is coming out of that wave rising in the ocean and dissolving in the ocean. She goes anywhere, we don't know. Does it mean it is irrational? No, it is above reason. It is supra-rational. That's what it is. And that's why whichever way we approach Ma, she's there. Kaviraj says he had a conversation with Ma, and he said that if anyone wants mukti or moksha from her, she will give that. If you want money, if you want all worldly prosperity, she will give it to you because it doesn't matter. She is everything. Whichever way you approach her, you go to her looking for some physical prosperity, she will give it to you. You go to her for moksha, she will give it to you. But in fact, you will never know her. You will never get her because she is. So Kaviraji asked her first, let me tell you. Kaviraji asked her once, Ma, then why were you born? Why did you take a body? And Ma said, taking a body, akar or nirakar, they're all the same. And this is the way Kaviraji explained to me. He said, the nirakar, what does nirakar means? Nirakar means that which is not bound by any periphery. So there is no periphery for the supreme energy. It is everywhere, it is everything. So naturally, all the akar, all the shapes, all the limits are there in Ma. We approach her as Kali, she's there. Somebody approaches her as Krishna, she is there. You approach her simply as a preceptor, a guru, she is there. She's everything. So then Kaviraji asked her, then why did you take body? She said, Khayal. So then Kaviraji said, I know that you have done intense sadhana. So Ma said, I never looked for a guru. All that came to me, the Omkar itself rose from my Nabhi. It was so, the resonance was so deep that it almost tore me apart. And I just rose from stage to stage, transcended from stage to stage to stage to stage. And then at one time, it's over. There was no guru. My heart was my own guru. And I went from one stage of sadhana to another. It is just my swabhav. Now, so she's, you ask her, if you say that I have done the highest of sadhana and I know Ma. Kaviraji's view is that even then you don't know her because our vessel is limited. You know her as giving you a mukti data, moksha data, but she's beyond that. So what is she then? How can you know her? Well, you can know her only through love. Ma herself says that, why are you using the terms Brahmani, Rudrani, this and that? Simply say Ma. And that's what it is. She is Ma. And you get her, you achieve her nearness when you approach her as a child. Now, child doesn't mean that a child is sometimes acting crazy without any reason. Not that. When a child hankers for the mother, Sri Ramakrishna has given a very, very nice example in his own way. He said that little kids come to play with me at times. Whole day I would give them sweets, I would play with them, and they would be entertained. But as soon as it is nightfall, they would say, Ma jabo re, I want to go home, I want to go to my mother. Then whichever sweet I may offer them, whichever game I might start with them, they will not listen. They will just keep on repeating, Ma jabore, Ma jabore. I want Ma. So when you approach Ma just with that intense longing, Ma, I want my mother. A little child cries like that. I want my mother. Nothing soothes him. Then only Ma will reveal herself to you as the mother. She will take you up in her lap and she will reveal herself. The child is satisfied. But again, Ma said, or Kaviraj explained to me, that does this mean that the child can talk about what Ma is? No. Once you can talk about, and here Kaviraji gave me an example. Once Narad went to Vaikuntha, he was very happy that I have known Narayan. And there was this Daivavani, and it was said, Narad, you think you know me? You know me only in one way. You cannot know me fully. So you can know Ma as a child. How does a child tell you? Does he tell you that my mother is tall or short, or my mother is fair, my mother is a Bengali or a Native American? The child doesn't know that. All that he knows is that he's in his motherland. So that is the only way we can approach Ma. As Kaviraji would repeat again and again, Bina prem se na mile nandalala. So Ma, the eternal mother, the eternal energy, she can be approached, known by love, a love which I hankered to have and which I have not found yet, perhaps. Otherwise, she would reveal herself. Jai Ma, Jai Ma, Jai Ma.
Jai Ma.
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for your enlightening talk. That was absolutely wonderful. We love to hear more. And what a way of summing up the entire concept of Ma, that we really cannot know her. And the best approach is to know as elders as mother. One of the speakers in the first day mentioned about that Lord Krishna in the Kurukshetra said that I have to give you the eyes to visualize my Vishwarup, otherwise you cannot see with your physical eyes. So similarly, to approach Ma, the only way to approach Ma is to approach her as the mother. We have a lot of eminent speakers. The next speaker is Mr. Anurag Banerjee. Please welcome Mr. Banerjee as one of the speakers. He's an award-winning author, researcher, biographer, poet, translator, and philanthropist who has authored more than 200 research papers which have been published in various anthologies and journals of great repute, and edited 13 books in English and Bengali. At the age of 20, he penned a comprehensive biography of Dilip Kumar Roy in Bengali entitled Ochin Pother Dibbo Pothik, thus earned the acclaim of being the youngest Indian to pen a well-researched biography. Another landmark of his career was the translation of 100 English poems of Sri Aurobindo into Bengali entitled Devata Strom. Anybody who has read Savitri, we know how difficult it is to even understand, and to translate his poem into Bengali, that's absolutely, at the age of 21, that's a huge feat indeed. He's counted among the best researchers and scholars of Aurobindonian studies in India. His books and research papers, The Lives and the Works of Sri Aurobindo, are hailed as masterpieces by critics. Shyam Kumari, a reputed author and poetess, has remarked about his publications. Each book is a research landmark of eternal value in the field of Aurobindonian literature. Please welcome Mr. Banerjee. We welcome you, sir, to grace this platform. You may begin your talk now. Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Namaste.
Well, I should be thanking you for your kind words of introduction. And at the same time, I express my profound gratitude to Hemantiji for inviting me here and giving me the opportunity to express my views on a theme which has not been extensively discussed. And as you are aware, I have been asked to speak on the mother on women empowerment. So without further ado, I hereby present my views. Kaji Nazrul Islam, the famous Bengali poet, has written in one of his Bengali poems, and I quote, "Bishwer ja kichu mohan srishti chiro kolyankor, অর্ধেক তার করিয়াছে নারী, অর্ধেক তার নয়." A rough translation of these two lines would be, of all the great and everlasting creations of the world, half of it has been done by men and half by women. However, since time immemorial, women have been looked upon as a weaker sex and inferior to men. This attitude prevailed not only in backward distant countries, but also in the civilized societies of the West. Little did people of the bygone centuries realize that empowering women would lead to a progressive society and better humanity. Fortunately, this realization has dawned upon in the past few decades, but if we look around carefully, we would not fail to observe that even in the 21st century, empowerment of women has taken place, but only in certain quarters. Towards the beginning of the 20th century, India had elevated herself from its reputation of being the land of snake charmers and rope tricks to the land which preached of the highest spiritual wisdom. There was a revival of interest in Indian spirituality and the studies of ancient scriptures of India, thanks to scholars like Max Muller and spiritual giants like Swami Vivekananda and Swami Abhedananda, who introduced the spiritual richness of India to the Western world. However, even as late as 1914, A strange contrast could be observed in the Indian society with respect to women. On one hand, we could see girls hailing from affluent and educated families, going for higher studies, obtaining university degrees, establishing themselves as physicians, writers, social workers, and even political leaders. But on the other hand, it was also observed that women were still not allowed to step out of the premises of their houses in broad daylight. They were disallowed to have education of letters and were considered to be nothing more than a domestic slave whose duties included looking after a household and giving birth to children. The society in those eras had undoubtedly made some progress, but the progress was confined within a particular class of people who, as a result of exposure to Western education, had begun to realize that women should not be treated as mere good-looking furniture which adorns a room. Given an opportunity, they can outshine men at any given point of time. Such was the condition of women in Indian society when the mother arrived at the French town of Pondicherry. Although the mother, who was then known as Mira Richard, was born and brought up in France, where she mixed up with the cream of French intelligentsia and belonged to a society where women were the absolute monarchs of the administration of the household, she was not oblivious to the plight of women in the Western world. In fact, she has remarked that prior to the outbreak of the First World War, the faculties of women were hardly utilized for important undertakings. She could comprehend that be it the West or the East, men felt themselves to be superior and wanted to dominate women, whereas women felt oppressed and consequently revolted openly or secretly. And she has observed that the eternal quarrel between man and woman, perpetuated from age to age, identical in essence, innumerable in its forms and hues. Now the question is, who is to be blamed? Who is to be blamed for declaring man as superior and dominating and woman as an oppressed thing? The mother has remarked that although man would throw the blame on woman and woman would do the same on man, the truth is that the blame should be equally distributed between man and woman, and none can claim to be superior than the other. She has said that until the concept of man being superior and women being inferior is done away for good, the misunderstanding which divides man and woman into two opposite camps cannot be eradicated. The mother has said very clearly that a woman is enslaved to man for the attraction she feels for him and his strength, and also for the inherent craving for a home, a secured life, and finally, the attachment to mother. So unless women liberate themselves from all such inner enslavement, they would continue to bear the burden of slavery. The mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, finally came to settle in Pondicherry in April 1920. In 1926, Sri Aurobindo retired into complete seclusion for the sake of his sadhana and gave the charge of running the newly formed Sri Aurobindo Ashram to the mother. And the mother proved to the world what women empowerment is capable of doing. In 1927, a few months after she took charge, the ashram had around 4 or 5 houses, out of which only one was purchased and the rest were taken on rent. By the time the mother left her body in November, ashram, but also housed the various commercial ashram had a building service department, press, handmade paper factory, guest houses, workshops, garden services, bakery, laundry, furniture service, an international center of education, the list is endless. And who was responsible for the galloping speed at which the ashram expanded? Only one person was responsible for this rapid expansion. And who was that person? It was the mother. She not only managed the ashram, but also built up a miniature world in Pondicherry. She organized the various services of the ashram, created departments, imposed reasonable economies, assigned work to individual inmates. In other words, she became a force in action. But if we think that the moment Sri Aurobindo had given the charge of the ashram to the mother, she was readily accepted as a supreme authority by all of his disciples, then it would be a terrible misconception. It is easy to preach the merits of women empowerment, but when it comes to translating theory into practice, the same voices which advocated women empowerment would fall silent. The disciples of Ramakrishna Paramahansa had readily accepted Sharada Devi as a holy mother, as their own mother. But the same did not happen with the mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram. Although Sri Aurobindo had made her the presiding deity of the ashram, the mother was not unanimously accepted as the embodiment of supreme spiritual mother. The disciples had unshakable faith in Sri Aurobindo, but many of them were reluctant to accept the mother as a spiritual head of the ashram, in whose hands lay the authority to execute the day-to-day functions of the ashram. It was a very difficult situation. No one in the ashram doubted the mother's managerial abilities or her spiritual prominence, but several inmates found it difficult to accept her as the one who had absolute authority to control and direct the affairs of the ashram. They were reluctant to place her on the same pedestal as Sri Aurobindo, who was their guru. But the mother was not keen to become a guru. Sri Aurobindo was the guru. The mother only preferred to be the universal mother who acted in silence and through love. And it is through this power of love that she conquered the rebellious hearts of the inmates. This change in attitude did not take place overnight. It took more than 2 decades for the inmates to realize who the mother actually was. But once the acceptance was wholehearted, there was no reversal. The mother's children became extremely dedicated to her. So selfless and unconditional was the surrender that to them only the mother mattered the most. They just could not live without the mother. In fact, one female member of the ashram had committed suicide after the mother had left her physical body because she could not bear the pang of physical separation from the mother. Such intense was her love for the mother. Now, this reminds me of an incident. Once, a Westerner had visited the ashram. After observing that the ashram functioned as per the mother's exclusive will, he went straight away to the mother and said that she was running the ashram like a dictator. Imagine an outsider going straight away to the mother and telling her on her face that, "Mother, you are running the ashram like a dictator." Those who stood nearby were shocked by this statement. But what was the mother's response? She only smiled and said, "Yes, but a benevolent dictator." Of course, she did not run the ashram like a dictator, but that was the best answer that could be given to a harsh critic. People willingly obeyed what the mother asked him to. But at the same time, she never imposed her will on anyone. After all, she was the mother. She was, to quote from Sri Aurobindo Savitri, bearing the eternity of every spirit, bearing the burden of universal love, a wonderful mother of unnumbered souls. So far, we have discussed, by taking the example of Sri Aurobindo Ashram as a case study, what women empowerment is capable of achieving. Now we would continue with the mother's views on empowerment of women. Time and again, the mother has said that women, generally addressed as the weaker sex, are anything but weak, and that their physical energy and power of endurance can equal to those of men. She has also pointed out that a woman is competent enough to be a real partner to a man's work and struggle, and is also capable of easily replacing man in posts which he occupies. This is because women are possessors of exceptional organizing faculties. To explain women, to explain how women have a more powerful organizing mind and an ardent will as compared to men, she has spoken of an incident which took place during the First World War. When Belgium was occupied by Germany, the Belgians were in a pitiable state and on the verge of starvation. To provide food and other essential commodities to the Belgians, a society was established by several rich American men and women. Eventually, 5 vans of supplies were arranged for immediate dispatch so that they could reach the people in distress within 3 days. The men who were approached with the request of sending the vans expressed their inability to comply with the request. But a lady came to know of this matter. Along with a group of women, she willingly took up the challenge of sending the supplies, and within 3 days got them delivered. Thus, we observe that the women accomplished a task which men thought to be impossible. That is why the mother favored women empowerment. She knew for sure that once women forget their shortcomings, they can attain the unattainable. But before that, it is necessary to remove from one's mind the notion that the person concerned is a woman and she is weak. On one occasion, the mother had written while answering some questions, "For God's sake, can't you forget that you are a girl or a boy and try to become a human being?" When she was asked whether there should be different types of exercises for boys and girls in the physical education department of the ashram, she had replied that the exercises should be graded on the basis of individual strength and capacity and not on the basis of gender. And she encouraged girls of the ashram school to participate in sports and exercises which were otherwise meant for boys. Can we imagine that she allowed girls to wrestle with boys as early as 1950s? Today, such an act might not make us wonderstruck, but it was unimaginable 75 years ago. The mother was played against all forms of gender-based discriminations. She has advised that there must not be any distinction between a man and a woman. For men and women, and I quote her words, "For men and women are all equally human beings, trying to become fit instruments for the divine work above sex, caste, creed, and nationality. All children of the same infinite mother and aspirants to the one eternal Godhead." To give an idea of how the mother supported and encouraged women empowerment, I shall now discuss a couple of VNFs. You must have heard the name of Shahana Devi, the famous singer of Bengal. Now, Shahana Devi had joined the ashram in 1928. Much later, she was appointed the supervisor of the construction and repairs department of the ashram. Imagine a singer, a famous singer like Shahana Devi, being appointed the supervisor of the construction and repairs department, and her work included supervising the repairs and construction of houses and dealing with workers. Such activities are generally executed by men. But the mother, being the mother, she delegated this responsibility to Shahana Devi, who was an artist, and that too in 1939 or 1940, when the world was a very different place, and men did not quite obey the instructions of a woman. Why did the mother do it? Because she knew that Shahana Devi would be able to execute this responsibility as diligently as a male member of the ashram would do. On another occasion, the mother was told that a European lady disciple had taken up taxi driving as a profession. Was the mother disappointed? Was she disappointed to know that a lady disciple of her has become a taxi driver? No, she didn't. She was not disappointed. On the contrary, this news made her happy, and she commented, "It's a very good thing." When another lady disciple of the mother expressed her desire to learn flying, to become a pilot, the mother encouraged her to go ahead. In the late 1960s or early 1970s, when an Italian disciple of the mother was looking for suitable assistance for his work concerning Auroville, Auroville, as you know, is the international township which was started by the mother in 1968 when she was 90 years of age. Now, this disciple of the mother who was looking for suitable assistance was unable to find any suitable person. He went to the mother with his problem, and the mother told him, "Have you tried amongst the young women? They are often more ill." Not many people are aware of the fact that in the early days of Auroville, a register was maintained of all the births which had taken place in the newly formed township. The mother herself used to note down the name of the child and its parents. But she always wrote the name of the mother first. In fact, she has remarked that the role of the father was comparatively minor in a child's life. Such was the importance of women in the mother's eyes. Here is another BNet form. And this is the last story which I'm going to share. We know that in Indian families, the cooking is done mostly by women. The mother did not quite approve of this practice. She had once remarked, "Why should women cook for men?" Once, when the ashram was still in its infancy, there were some complaints about the bland taste of the food which was served in the ashram dining. Some of the female inmates of the ashram volunteered to cook to improve the taste of the food. And what was the mother's response? Was she happy? She firmly said, "Indian women have been in the kitchen for thousands of years. I will not have it so." In the conclusion, it can be said that the mother, despite being an advocate of women empowerment, strongly believed that men and women should work with one another in an attitude of total consecration to the divine. They must forget the difference of gender. In fact, the mother had dreamt of a world in which all man-woman oppositions would disappear and both the sexes would be able to live and prosper by bringing about, to quote her own words, a harmonious synthesis of all that is best in the human race, uniting conception and execution, vision and creation in one single consciousness and action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee, for the wonderful talk and for enlightening us on the life of Mother and bringing a different side to Mother. We have heard stories about the Mother as universal mother, but you highlighted points about her with women empowerment and ways she removed the gender bias. That was absolutely wonderful to hear. And we have seen in other about Anandamayi Ma, how she established the Kannapeeth, how she removed the gender bias by giving the sacred thread, and to Chandan Didi and other Guru Priyadi and others, and rites of worship, and also
Geeta Didi also.
yes, and Geeta Didi also, yes, and also in Sharadama, how she empowered women, where she fully supported Sister Nivedita in the establishment schools. She went out to support for the nursing. We have another eminent speaker today, Dr. Sunita Burman, who is our next speaker today. We are honored to welcome her in the next conference. She is an MA, MPhil and PhD in Kavya and modern Sanskrit literature. She is presently working in the Vivekananda Mission Mahavidyalaya, Haldia, as the head of the Department of Sanskrit. Dr. Burman obtained her MA and MPhil from Jadavpur University, and she earned a PhD degree from Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Vishwa University. She has made significant contribution to the field of Kavya and modern Sanskrit literature. She has published over 11 research papers in leading international and national journals. She has authored 4 books. She writes beautiful poems, and they have got published in various Sanskrit periodicals. Dr. Burman is a recipient of Uma Shankar Deshpande Award in 5th All India Conference on Modern Sanskrit. She has attended the 16th World Sanskrit Conference 2015 in Bangkok, 4th International Conference on Sanskrit and Eastern Studies 2019 in Sri Lanka, and is represented in 16th International Conference in Dhaka, Bangladesh. She has delivered numerous keynote speeches and also a member of the Asiatic Society. Apart from academic and research work, she is also actively involved in various social works for upliftment of downtrodden. She also writes absolutely wonderful, beautiful poetry in Bengali, which I have had the chance to read on a Facebook page. Dr. Burman, namaste, and thank you so much for gracing this platform. Thank you so much.
Namaste. Om yathagne dahika shakti Ramo Krishna sthitahya sarva vidya sarupam tang sharodam pranamyamayam. I want to thank to all respected delegates and august audience. I want to thank to Haimanti as well as her organization Self-Wellness Awareness for choosing this wonderful title, Awaken with Eternal Motherhood. I'm grateful to you guys for giving me this opportunity to talk on Holy Mother and Sister Nivedita. In my life, Holy Mother, she is luminary, my pathfinder, and ever alive a nobility. I always find her by my side in every twist and turn and ups and down in my life. Whether it is spiritual enlightenment or complex circumstance of life, she's always there to guide me. In order to devote to her, it is not necessary to occupy thousands of dollars or hundreds of rupees or even precious ornaments. In spite of that, if someone devotes to her with deep compassion and unflinching love, she will be always at your doorstep to guide you. Jogin Ma, Golap Ma, Nalini Didi, Radhu, Lokhi Didi, they always used to circumambulate the Holy Mother with great joy and delightness. She had taught us spiritual path. through her own life, which is very easy and simple for one to undertake, like how to emancipate from the bondage by using day-to-day activities. Not only that, she is the pioneer of renaissance of every man and woman in the planet. She's herself the embodiment of goddess Saraswati, come to show us the light of knowledge, said by Thakur Sri Sri Ramakrishna. Swami Vivekananda felt very delighted by selfless, spirit, and ideal services of Indian women. From time immemorial, women have been depriving in pain, and Swamiji has felt that it has to be changed. And Swamiji believed that they will surely find the solution of their own problems. He used to say that if one wings is not in motion, then the bird can't fly away. On the contrary, in our society, there are two important aspects. One is man and other one is woman. And if both of these aspects does not work at the same time, then our society would never be on the right track. In West, there are so much success. One of the significant reason behind is women empowerment. Adequate women empowerment and education is the only way out for there in India as well. Swamiji himself welcomed Nivedita on the path of women education, and he used to say, you have a great future in India to rejuvenate Indian women. She says there is a noble work which have been waiting for you, that is women empowerment going to play a significant role to make that happen. Interesting, Nivedita has give of everything, whatever the had inherited, and come to India on 28th of January 1898 to devote her life entirely for the reason what her guru has chosen for her to perform. Sister Nivedita had got a rare vision of Holy Mother just after passing a few days in India with intense and determined and great affection. Holy Mother used to call her cookie, like baby. Holy Mother serve few fruits and sweets on a very decorated plate to Nivedita. And they both were having sweet for the same plate like this. Their purity, holiness, and pious have mingled with each other. Thou was the beginning of Eastern and Western thought had merged into the same between two duo. thought Swamiji had doubt about Holy Mother, that she belonged to a Brahmin family, which is very conservative and pious. Nevertheless, Holy Mother has broken all the prejudice and superstition and has given a strong and loud message for the betterment of the society. That there is no obstacle or so-called discrimination between East and West. And here we come to know about Holy Mother's soft and crystal clear ideology. About East and West, notwithstanding all the fact, she had to gone through very severe questions. Afterward, Holy Mother affectionately used to call her, "O Amar Pranir Saraswati." She is the Saraswati of my soul, come to give lesson. On the other hand, Sister Nivedita is to call Holy Mother with so much inclination and fondness. You are my Dhruva Mandir, constant temple. Holy Mother and sister, they both were very humble and modest with each other. This is the way how Nivedita has accepted the Indian culture through the breathing till her heart. Swamiji also wanted Nivedita to be grown up by the grace of Holy Mothers, and she will awaken the Indian culture and Indians' family spirit, to whom a letter has been writing by Nivedita. Beloved Mother, this morning early, I went to church to pray for Sarah. All the people there were thinking of Mary, the mother of Jesus, and suddenly I thought of you. Your dear face and your loving look and your white sari and your bracelet, it was all there. And it seemed to me that your words to presence, that was to soothe and bless for Sarah's sick room. And do you know, I thought I had been very foolish to sit in your room at the evening, service to Sri Ramakrishna, trying to meditate. Why did I not understand that it was quite enough to be a little child at your dress feet? Dear Mother, you are full of love, and it is not a fast and violent love like ours and likes the world's, but a gentle peace, the bringing God's to everyone and wishes ill to none. Mother is mother, only the form of name change. India's good culture, how much of the depends upon motherly attitude and how great is the glory of the mother. This is what Nivedita has been unfolded to the world. To whom a little has been writing by Holy Mother. May this letter carry all blessing. My dear love to you, Barbie daughter, Nivedita. I am so glad to learn that you have prayed to the Lord for my eternal peace. You are a manifestation of the ever blissful mother. I look at your photograph, which is with me every now and then, and it seems as if you are present with me. She can live independently. Holy Mother used to say, if girls become educated, they will be able to teach others. They will come to know a lot of things. Holy Mother used to pleased with many parents to admit their daughters into Nivedita Girls' School. So Holy Mother's modern ideology was too high. Even that time, Holy Mother was a pioneer in health awareness. We have already seen in the Holy Mother's life that if any devotees bring anything for the Holy Mother, she used to accept those things in a beautiful way. Even if that thing happens to be very normal or general, like pumpkin or green banana or any fruits, etc., she played a role of an absolutely mature housewife. Mother first played a role in cleanliness, now Swachh Bharat Abhijan. Transparent India campaigning, we have just become conscious about it only a few years back. But the Holy Mother used to be very aware of it even those days. Sometimes even she had to sweep at night. And indeed, Holy Mother, by her every deep nature, she happens to be very nationalized and patriotic, which was one of the most significant featured in her character. She bowed down. She bowed to Jairam Bati. Secret land and place the very mark on her forehead. And she uttered Janani Janama Hamishaya Sarikadopi Garieshi. And it was extraordinary incident of her patriotic nature towards the very motherland where she born. Once it happened, few revolutionary come to Holy Mother and they have natured about English brutal and inhuman practice towards our countrymen. And they prayed to the Holy Mother in a very tearful, our and mothers, please once you say, Mother, that day should be the abhishek. And in reply, Holy Mother said, being a mother, how can I say such harsh words? Are they not my child? I pray for all to flourish. Holy Mother with the divine power. See, being everyone close to her, if anyone calls her mother, she would surely shake off the dust and pick him up. Because she's divine mother. On the other side, Sri Ma and Anandamayi are not different. These two mothers are the same entity. They have led their life very simple and normal way. And throughout their entire life, they have driven their life through selflessness and love. And this is how they have manifested the divine power with themselves. And this is the way they have extended the spiritual awakening. They were the pioneer to Renaissance. I bow down to thee. It is my poem to Sharodama. You stay with me. Your adoration from the bottom of heart had exposed the cosmos to me. The evil of sadness you have removed through lighting the lamp of enlightenment. Sometimes with a cup of tea in hand, sometimes in hand the plate of sweets. After a tiring day, you have allowed me to rest my head in your laps. At night, in the bedroom, you come close to me to waken me. I hug you close, not letting go of your achal. Mother, you stay with me. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kasyati dukkha bhavet. Namaste. Shubhratri.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barman, for your wonderful talk on mother and the relationship with Nivedita and how she empowered women. That was absolutely wonderful talk. I wish we could hear you in the poem in Bengali, because I've listened to I've read your poetry in Bengali in the Facebook page, and those who can read in Bengali, I would really advise them to go to the Facebook page. She writes absolutely wonderful. You're muted, Dr. Barman.
Yeah.
My poem, the Sopen, Mahashunya Alu, the Cosmic Light. It's my poem.
Okay,
Bengali
okay.
and English. Thank you.
Okay. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Namaste. Thank you, Dr. Barman.
Namaste.
We have a wonderful speaker today. The next speaker is Dr. Progga Hallstrom. We are extremely grateful to Dr. Hallstrom, who has really taken her time despite not being very well for the last few days. Thank you, Dr. Hallstrom, for gracing this platform and for enlightening us. She's a teacher, singer, and spiritual counselor with a PhD in Hinduism and Buddhism from Harvard University. We are honored to have her as a speaker in this platform. She has a PhD in Hinduism and Buddhism from Harvard University and went to India in 1990 to research a first book on Ma Anandamayi, Mother of Bliss Anandamayi Ma. She went on as an admirer of Ma, but she returned as a devotee. The seeds of a second book, The Gospel of Sri Anandamayi Ma, Conversations with the Divine Mother, are sown in 1984 when Dr. Pragya Hallstrom was gifted a set of transcriptions of Ma Satsangs that were recorded during the last 20 years of her life. In 2017, Dr. Pragya Hallstrom and Jaya Sanyal Bandyopadhyay translated the tapes that corresponded to her transcriptions. After this, 2-volume book of Ma Satsangs was published. That is absolutely wonderful treasure for everybody. Dr. Hallstrom will begin teaching courses on Anandamayi Ma and the teachings live. Dr. Hallstrom, thank you so much for gracing this platform. Jai Ma.
Jai Ma. Jai Ma, thank you. Can you?
Thank you, Dr. Hallstrom. Yes, Dr. Hallstrom, we can hear you so well.
And you can see me also? Okay, great.
Yes.
Yes, and we can see your background that is like so blissful.
Well, this is my meditation room, so I thought this would be the perfect place to sit. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this really holy company. I'm very humbled. And as you were saying, I've sort of been, this is my 18th day of dealing with COVID. So I was praying to Ma that I would be able to be well enough to be with you today. So thank you so much. So really, after these amazing speakers that you've had, these saints and masters and scholars, I don't know what I can add at this point. So I decided, as a humble daughter of Ma, to just tell you a little bit of the story of how Ma came to me and took me under her wing as a Westerner. People often ask me, you know, how did you get so involved in the Hindu tradition and how did you find Ma? And so I thought I would speak about that today. So I grew up in the 60s and 70s here in America, went to college here. And my generation became extremely interested in Eastern philosophy. We all turned our interest to the East. And so first we read a book called Be Here Now by Richard Alpert, or then Ramdas, on the story of his finding his guru. And I have to say, when I read that, and I first read the word guru, I felt this opening in my heart, and I felt this intense longing to find someone who was in a state of oneness with the divine, who could then take me to that place. So I sort of began praying to find a guru. And meanwhile, I was reading, you know, the Bhagavad Gita, the Upanishads, of course, Autobiography of a Yogi, which is where I first saw Anandamayi Ma's picture. In 1975, I met my guru, Swami Muktananda, and went to India for the first time in 1978. And what happened in India was that one day we were sitting in the courtyard with Swami Muktananda, who was in front of us, and he just stopped everything and he said, so this is 1978, you all must go see Anandamayi Ma. You have to leave here right now and go find Ma, because she is God in a female body. And we were all sitting there receiving this instruction. You must go see Anandamayi Ma, God in a female body. And unfortunately, I was there with my 2 little girls who were 5 and 7. And I felt that it would be, as you may know, Ma didn't really have a program. No one knew where she was going to be next. And I couldn't imagine wandering around India with my 2 little girls trying to find Ma. But his instruction really went deeply into my heart. And it was like etched there. Now, sadly, in 1982, you know, of course, Ma took Mahasamadhi. She left her physical form, and so did Muktananda in that same year. So in 1987, I sort of handled my grief at losing my guru and at Ma's leaving her body by doing a program at Harvard University in Hinduism. And I was in the master's program there, and I was getting ready to apply to the PhD program. And I went into a back room in the library of the divinity school. And in the back room, I was just going to get some whiteout. I was going to borrow some whiteout. In the back room, spread all over the table, were all of Ma's books, all of Ma's photos, these tapes that had been recorded of Ma. It was an archive that one day was being cataloged in the back room of the Harvard Divinity School library. And I looked at it, and Muktananda's words came back to me, and I was just floored. I was so thrilled to see this. And I immediately knew that I could apply to the PhD program and I could do my dissertation on Ma, which is exactly what happened. So in 1990-91, I spent a year in India traveling around, really interviewing Ma's closest devotees. So imagine she had only just left her body 8 years before, and people were so excited that I was asking them to tell their stories. And so I collected these jewels from maybe 50 or 60 people where they just couldn't wait to tell me these things that had happened. And sometimes they would even say, don't tell anyone. So I ended up in the end, in my book, I used pseudonyms because I felt that some of these stories were so private. So when I first got to Varanasi, where I was living for the year, my first person that I wanted to go visit was Bitika Mukherjee. And Bitika ji was professor at Banaras Hindu University. I mean, she's an iconic devotee of Ma's, a biography of Ma. And anyone who met her and knew her, she was of the most noble countenance, just the most amazing woman. So she invited me to come to Allahabad, to her house. And I went by myself on a train. My family stayed back in Varanasi. And I was met by her family at the train, taken to her house. And there we were sitting at a table. She was at the head of the table. And of course, I was nervous. And I think I should say that when I went to India, I had this idea to write about Ma Ma being in a female body, God in a female body, Ma in a female body, did this empower women? And so I had that in my mind. So I'm sitting there and Bitika ji says, she called me Lisa, which is my worldly name. She said, Lisa, what motivated you to do this research on Anandamayi Ma? And I said innocently, well, I've always been interested in women saints. At that moment, Bitika ji, her face turned white, and she said, my dear Lisa, Ma was neither a woman nor a saint. And I just froze. And those words, Ma was neither a woman nor a saint, became the sort of motivator, became the seed for the entire work I did in that year in India as I interviewed her devotees. I began to ask the open-ended question to everyone, who is Ma? Who is Ma to you? And that became, it just opened up these doors to Ma's true identity. Excuse me. So I have to say that the answers to that question of who is Ma were as varied as the people that I interviewed. Some said Goddess Durga, some said God, some said Brahman, some said Divine Mother, some said Ma Kali. So even though the book that came out of that, that was published in 1999, Mother of Bliss, even though that book had 5 chapters, the first of which was Anandamayi Ma as a woman, I came to the conclusion that Ma was absolute reality. Ma was Brahman. Ma was incarnated on this earth to inspire people to make the journey home to their true identity as the one. So since then, Ma has been my guiding light, my mother, my all. In 2013, I was blessed to receive initiation from Swami Kedarnath, who we heard from earlier today, which was an amazing experience. And for the last 6 years, I've been working on editing these previously unpublished satsangs of Ma's. And it will soon be published by Yogi Impressions of Mumbai. But today, I would like to share with you a couple of stories told to me firsthand by Ma's devotees when I was in India that helped convince me that Ma was God incarnate. And as I said before, each story that I was told, is a perfect gem. And it's hard to choose any over any others, but I'm going to read from the book now and read you 2 stories. The first story was my first interview in Varanasi. And I was told that there was a Brahmin Sanskrit pundit who had a wonderful story that I should definitely hear about an experience with Ma. So I went to his house. I was introduced to his 5 little girls, and then he began to tell this story. I met with Ma in 1981. She was performing a yagya at that time. It was called the Ati Yuga Yagya here in Varanasi. From time to time, we used to assemble with Ma to discuss the method of performing the yagya, how and when and in what way. We had the best opportunity to see the mother, even in seclusion, when nobody was allowed to see her. It was a private meeting. It had been heard by so many persons that Ma had got the Shakti and that she has siddhis. I saw one of her siddhis that day. Ma was taking a rest in her room one day alone. I went to her with 2 or 3 of my friends with very urgent work. She used to take much interest in the performance of the yagya. Therefore, she used to see us in her room. She was lying in her bed and her mouth was covered with a cloth. We saluted the mother and sat beside her. She said after a few moments, "Be seated with me and I will show you something, but please don't get afraid." She got up and sat on her bed and she removed the cloth that had covered her mouth. The face of the mother had become very ugly. The lower lip and the chin were hanging down. They were swollen. They hung 3 to 4 inches below. We were wonderstruck to see this. Mother said, "Don't worry, I'll just make myself normal." Within a few seconds, Mother made her face normal as if she were chewing something. And then she said, "Now you can talk about the matter you came with." We talked, but we still had some curiosity to ask her about her face. We asked her, "What was happening to your face?" She said, "This is the fruit that this body bears, and it is also the fruit of the karmas of devotees that it has taken on." She had the power to imbibe the karmas of her devotees. She said, everyone has to bear the fruit of actions he has done, past or present. The fruit that she is bearing is the fruit of the actions of her devotees. When her devotees touch her feet, she takes it on. So that's the first story. You can imagine that was the first story I heard. So I was filled with awe and wondering how was I ever going to turn this into a dissertation. It was so amazing. And she was a householder devotee who had become a widow and was now living there. I love this story, and you'll see why. I was very fashionable. I had gone to Europe in 1938 with my husband, Dr. Subhosh Altekar. He had gone only to meet professors there. I used to see many shops. I had gotten some books in Delhi. I was a very literary person. I don't know how Mother did this. In my heart, I loved to dress well. This was Mother's work. When people used to come to visit me, they would say, "Do no Mahatmas come to this district?" I said, "I would like to know myself." One Ayurvedic doctor came to me and said, one Mataji has come. I asked, can you arrange for me to get there? He told me it was across the river, but he could arrange it. My husband said, what has happened to you? You want to change your clothes? But it was all arranged. It was a very difficult trip. Crossing the Ganga was all right, but on the other side, it was not a proper road. The last 7 miles were by bullock cart. It was bumping and lurching. I thought I would fall. I was thinking, such a hard trip. I'm having pain. Is the Mahatma that great? Then I noticed a lady walking in the front of the cart. She was holding on to the cart, steadying it with her hand. As soon as we reached the proper place, no lady was there. I had only seen her from the back. Mataji gave me time at 11 a.m. I went to her and she asked me, you want to talk about something? I didn't have anything to say, but in my heart, she told me to say, yes, mother, I want to say something. When I started to talk, she said, come in the back room. She turned and asked me to follow. When I saw her from behind, I recognized that she was the lady who had steadied my cart. I said, Ma, I saw you from behind catching my chariot. She said, did you see that? I said, yes, you are the same person. I began to cry and I said, I have seen you catch my cart. Did you? She said, yes. How did you recognize me? Tears came to my eyes. There were only tears. I was feeling very pure and fresh. Then mother said, you are staying here for some time? I said, yes, for some days. From that day, I never liked comfortable living. I only wanted to reach there. So, as Swami Vijayananda used to say, Ma's biggest miracle was the transformation of hearts that takes place once a person meets her. The turning of the mind from outward facing to inward facing. And as is my the gift of my life, this is what happened to me. And I will be eternally grateful for this gift. Thank you so much. Jai Ma.
Thank you so much. And thank you, in spite of this condition of your health, you have joined us. We are truly blessed for that. Thank you so much.
It's all Ma's grace.
Sorry, you are muted, Dada. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you so much, Dr. Okay, am I audible? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Pragya Hallstrom. That was a wonderful talk. Absolutely beautiful presentation. I got so many goosebumps while hearing the stories so many times. You're the chosen one, Dr. Pragya Hallstrom. You had such a great yearning to go to India with these 2 girls and to do this work, and that's absolutely wonderful what you have done. Thank you so much. We are so happy you grace this platform. Our next speaker is Brahmachari Purnacharya Chandan Didi. She will be the next speaker. The talk will be in Hindi. It's a recorded video. Haimanti ji and Ronita ji will be uploading transcripts of the talk in their website, swatheory.org, in due course. They are very highly ordained monks, the Didis and everybody who has come and spoken in this platform. She is currently the Adhyaksha, president of Sri Sri Anandamayi Sangha. She came to Kashi Anandamayi's ashram with her mother at a tender age. Being someone who was very much interested in studies, she started her stay and education in Anandamayi Kanyapit, as there were no facilities to pursue education in her village. Chandan Didi completed her MA in Puran from Kashi Sampurnanand University. Later in life, Chandan Didi became one of the girls who was given sacred thread by Ma. It was Chandan Didi's father, Nishikanta Bhattacharya, before whom Ma has revealed herself for the first time. She is the author of many books on Sri Sri Ma. Within those, Shakarya Shorashamrita is the most valuable. Our most humble pranam to Brahmachari Chandandi ji, and I would request Hemant ji to play the video now. Thank you.
Om Bhagavata Purashinai Ananda Ghanamurtaye Jnana Bhakti Pradayunai Matastubham Namo Namah.
आप किस प्रकार से माँ के पास आए, आने का क्या कारण है और कब आए?
माँ के पास आने का कोई कारण नहीं था मेरा एकमात्र इच्छा थी पढ़ाई करना, क्योंकि गांव में पढ़ाई ठीक से नहीं हो रहा था। तो मैंने माँ जब 8 साल की थी, माँ मेरे घर में आए थे। तो माँ से जब बातचीत हुई, माँ ने पूछा मुझे कि चलो आश्रम जाओगे? तो मैंने कहा माँ पिताजी जैसे कहे थे। पिताजी ने माना किया, बोला नहीं अभी छोटा है, अभी नहीं जाएगा। तो माँ ने पूछा क्या इच्छा है तुम्हारा? मैंने कहा माँ मुझे पढ़ाई का बहुत इच्छा है, गांव में स्कूल में पढ़ाई नहीं होता लड़कियों का। लड़कियों का तो हाई स्कूल है, वो लोग पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन हम लोग के लिए कुछ व्यवस्था नहीं है। माँ ने कहा चलो तो आश्रम। पिताजी ने कहा नहीं अभी नहीं जाएगा, थोड़ा बड़ा होने दो तब जाएगा। अच्छा ठीक है। फिर जब हम 7 साल के हो गए, हम लोग पिताजी के साथ बनारस आश्रम आए। तब बनारस से कौंडापीठ था। कौंडापीठ में लड़कियों को शिक्षा दी जाती है, आध्यात्मिक शिक्षा। जागतिक शिक्षा में सिलाई बुनाई पढ़ाई ये सब ही होता है। तो माँ ने मुझे कहा देखो इधर लड़कियाँ पढ़ता है, तुम रह जाओ। मैंने कहा अच्छा। तो पिताजी ने भी राजी हो गया, मैं रह गई। लेकिन पिताजी का मन में चैन नहीं है, मैं रह गई। वो एक के बाद एक चिट्ठी लिखता था, भेज दो भेज दो। ऐसा कि बा को भी चिट्ठी लिखा, बा तुम तो वर्णाश्रम धर्म को नहीं मान रहा है, लड़कियों को तो ब्रह्मचारिणी बना के वर्णाश्रम धर्म को खाली कर रहा है, ये ठीक नहीं है। माँ हाथ से कहा क्या बोला पिताजी ने जाना है? मैंने कहा नहीं ना, मुझे तो अभी जाना नहीं है, पढ़ाई करके जाना है। अच्छा ठीक है। ठप हो गया, कुछ नहीं हुआ। फिर मैं प्रथमा मध्यमा करके शास्त्री पास किया। तब पिताजी तब बनारस में एक को गायत्री मंत्र से आरती का हवन चल रहा था। हवन में पिताजी आए थे। पिताजी ने मुझे कहा अभी मैं जब जाऊंगी तो तुमको ले जाएंगे। मैंने कहा नहीं मैं तो नहीं जाऊंगी, मैं आचार्य पास करूंगा फिर जाऊंगा, अभी नहीं। पिताजी ने माना नहीं, बहुत समझाया मुझे। तो मैंने माँ को बोला माँ पिताजी ऐसा बोलता है। पिताजी बोला पिता माता जो बोलता है सुनना पड़ता है। तो मैंने कहा माँ इसका मतलब क्या है, आप मुझे आश्रम में नहीं रखना चाहते हैं, पिताजी के साथ भेज रहे हैं? बोला नहीं ये बात नहीं है, बात यह है पिता माता जो को है बच्चों को बढ़ना चाहिए। हमसे तो ठीक है किया करें। लेकिन स्वामी परमानंद जी, मेरा मन तो खराब था ही, उन्होंने एक दिन पूछा क्या तेरा मुँह इतना काला क्यों, क्या हो गया तेरे को? मैंने कहा स्वामी जी पिताजी मुझे ले जाएगा इसलिए मेरा बहुत मन खराब है। तो बोला तू जाएगा पिताजी के साथ? मैं कहा मैं तो जाना नहीं चाहते हैं, लेकिन माँ कहते हैं कि पिता माता का वचन सुनना चाहिए। तो बोला देखो वचन सुनो कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन एक बार समझ के रखना, शादी करोगे तो जिंदगी में तुमको 100 बार रोना पड़ेगा, और ऐसा ब्रह्मचर्य जीवन पालन करेगा तो एक ही बार रोना पड़ेगा। ये समझ के जो कुछ करना तो करना। मैंने कहा बाजू बोला जाने के लिए, बोलो बाकी बात अभी छोड़ दे, अभी अपना सोच। अच्छा ठीक है। फिर सोचते ठीक है मैं तो नहीं जाऊँगा। पिताजी बहुत समझाया, माँ ने भी बहुत कहा, लेकिन मेरा जाना नहीं हुआ किसी तरह। मैं आश्रम में रह गई। ये है आश्रम के बाद। और आश्रम में आने का वो है 1943 में हम लोग इलाहाबाद माघ मेला में स्नान करने आए थे। तो पहले तो माघ मेला में नहीं गए थे, लेकिन गए थे हुआ बेनारस में थे हम लोग। तो माँ माघ मेला में थी। माँ ने खबर भेजा पिताजी को कि तुम लोग आ जाओ, लेकिन पिताजी हम लोगों को लेके नहीं गया, अकेला ही आ गया। जैसे पिताजी आए, माँ ने कहा सबको लेके नहीं आया, अकेला आ गया, जाओ लेके आओ। पिताजी फिर क्या करे, फिर वो चल गया बनारस में। इतने में मेरी माँ हम लोगों को लेके इलाहाबाद बाइक मेला में पहुँच गए। हम लोग रह गए, हम लोग रात को पहुँचे थे। तो धीर को सुबह मेरे बाद जो भाई है वो भाई के साथ मैं गंगा जी पास ही था। गंगा जी को दर्शन करने के लिए बालू के ठंडा बालू पाँव काट रहा है, फिर भी हम लोग दौड़ कर जा रहे थे। माता जी एक कुटिया में बैठे हुए थे। तो माँ ने ऐसा ऐसे इशारा किया। तो हम लोग आए माँ के पास। माँ ने कहा कहाँ जा रहे हो? हम लोग कहा गंगा जी का पास। गंगा जी में जाओगे? नहीं, अभी नहीं जाना गंगा जी में। सुनो, अभी परमानंद रायपुर जा रहा है, वहाँ करना पीटा, तुम लोग हुआ चले जाओ। मैं कहा माँ से पूछिए, माँ का है मेरे माँ से। माँ से पूछिए, माँ बोले तो हम जाएंगे। माँ को बुलाया। माँ ने कहा देखिए माँ, हम बोलेगा और हम भेजेगा, आपका भाई बहुत गुस्सा करेगा, इसलिए भाई को आने दीजिए। माँ ने माना नहीं। माँ ने स्वामी जी को कहा स्वामी जी तुम तो रायपुर जा रहे हो, दूसरा लड़कियों के लिए उनको भी ले जाओ। अच्छा मैं क्या करूँ? माँ के बात सुन के मैं रायपुर आश्रम में आ गई। रायपुर आश्रम एकांत था, पहाड़ के ऊपर था, बहुत अच्छा था। लड़कियों का भोजन कीर्तन, उन लोग का नियम से रहना पहनना देख के मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि मैं भी आश्रम इसी के साथ रह जाऊंगी। ऐसा करके मेरा आश्रम में आना हुआ। ये है आने का कहानी।
आपके पिताजी के संबंध में संक्षेप में कुछ वर्णन कीजिए।
अच्छा।
एवं आपके पिताजी किस प्रकार से माँ के पास आए और माँ के महाप्रकाश का प्रकाश किस प्रकार हुआ?
अच्छा, मेरे पिताजी स्थिति शास्त्र के पंडित थे, कर्मकांडी थे, बहुत अच्छा कर्मकांडी थे। तो इसलिए पिताजी का बहुत बड़े बड़े लोगों से संबंध था। ये लोग बहुत आते जाते थे। पिताजी भी उनको अपना शिष्य के जैसा मानते थे। हमारे घर में टोल था, बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाता था और बच्चों के साथ ऐसा व्यवहार होता था कि हमारा घर का ही है, बाहर का नहीं है, ऐसे थे। मेरे पिताजी के साथ माँ का संबंध है। मेरे तीसरी माँ का बुआ का लड़की है, तो इसलिए माँ हम लोगों का बुआ हुआ। पिताजी बड़ा भाई है, मामा का बड़ा भाई है। माताजी का माँ दीदीवा और मेरा ग्रैंडफादर दोनों भाई बहन है। मेरा पिताजी माँ का मामा बड़ा भाई है। तो मेरे पिताजी पंडित होने के कारण नाना साल में जाते थे। इसके साथ साथ वो कविराज का काम भी करते थे। तो एक बार वो किसी काम से बाजितपुर गए। तब माताजी बाजितपुर में थे, भोलानाथ जी का कर्मस्थल था। तो वहाँ भी पिताजी का आना जाना था। भोलानाथ जी के साथ पिताजी का बहुत दोस्ती था। एक दिन सुबह गए, जाके देखा भोलानाथ जी तो घर में नहीं है, लेकिन माँ घर का दरवाजा थोड़ा बंद करके कुछ कर रही है। पिताजी ने अच्छी तरह देखा, देख के देखा कि अम्बरनस, करुणस, बैपकनस ये सब हो रहा है शरीर में। तो पिताजी ने सोचा दीक्षा तो नहीं हुआ, तो ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है शरीर में? तो भोलानाथ को बुलाया, भोलानाथ आए, भोलानाथ को कहा ये सब क्या हो रहा है, आप माना नहीं करते? भोलानाथ चुप रहे, कुछ बोला नहीं। तब माँ ने खूब जोर से बोला की बोल रहे, की बोल रहे, की बोल रहे? पिताजी थोड़ा डरते हुए कहा, आपको ना है। एक बार, दो बार, तीन बार कहा। तीन बार कहने पर माँ ने कहा, पूर्ण ब्रह्म नारायण। ये हुआ प्रथम माँ का परिचय, माँ का प्रकाश बाजितपुर में पिताजी के पास हुआ था। इसलिए मेरे पिताजी, पूज्यपाद पिताजी सबके साथ, सबका पूज्य है और प्रणम्य है। मेरे पिताजी का नाम है ऋषिकांत भट्टाचार्य, माँ का मामाड़ा भाई।
लड़कियों के उपनयन के क्या प्रयोजन और आपका उपनयन कब हुआ?
देखो, उपनयन होने से द्विजत्व होता है, द्विजत्व मिलता है लड़कों को, लेकिन लड़कियों का उपनयन जो है इस युग में वो नहीं है, प्रचलन नहीं है, इसलिए किसी को नहीं होता है। लेकिन पुराने काल में लड़कियों को होता था। ऐसा लड़कियां, बहुत लड़कियां पुराण में है जिसका वर्णन है कि उपनयन हुआ था। तो उसी के अनुसार या जो भी हो, माँ का को ख्याल हुआ लड़कियों का जनेऊ हो, तो हमारे दीदी को और बड़ों जी को, बड़ों जी थी भोलानाथ का दत्तक लड़की, दोनों का जनेऊ देने के लिए माता जी तैयार हुए। लेकिन बड़े बड़े पंडित लोग बहुत बाधा दे रहे थे, ऐसा नहीं नियम है, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, शास्त्र के विरुद्ध काम कर रहा है। तब दीदी वहाँ वो पता गोपीनाथ कबीरस के पास गए। उन्होंने पूछा कि माँ का ख्याल है लड़कियों का जनेऊ हो, लेकिन ऐसा माना हो रहा है, क्या करें? उन्होंने कहा, देखिए इस युग में लड़कियों का जनेऊ का तो प्रचलन नहीं है, लेकिन माँ के जैसा एक विभूति के पास सब कुछ हो सकता है। माँ कर्तव्य अकर्तव्य समझता है, कर भी सकता है, नहीं भी कर सकता है। अगर माँ का ख्याल हुआ तो माँ जनेऊ लड़कियों को दे सकते हैं। उसी बात के और ये भी कहा, हमारी संगीता में लड़कियों का जनेऊ होता है, ये उल्लेख रखा है। तो वो भी ढूंढ के निकाला, देखा उससे होता है पूरा नारीनान मंदी बंधन शब्द, ये शब्द है। तो माँ तैयार हो गए। तारापीठ में दीदी और बड़ों जी का जनेऊ हुआ। जितना बाधा है उसी के टाइम में आया, हम लोग का टाइम में कोई बाधा नहीं आया। दीदी का जनेऊ के बाद दीदी माँ के पास रह गए, ये शास्त्र का नियम है। ब्रह्मचर्य 3 दिन पालन करने के बाद ब्रह्मचारी गुरु के पास रहने से रोष्टि ब्रह्मचर्य हो जाता है, और नहीं तो कन्या जो है विवाह करके गृहस्थ आश्रम ग्रहण करे। बड़ों जी ने गृहस्थ आश्रम ग्रहण करके रहने लगे, और दीदी माँ के पास आ गए। माँ के अनन्य सेवेगा थे दीदी गुरुप्रिया।
महिला शरीर होने के कारण महिला के उपनयन की विशेष कोई प्रक्रिया थी?
विशेष प्रक्रिया तो हिंदू शास्त्र के अनुसार, विधि विधान के अनुसार हम लोगों का वो हुआ, जनेऊ हुआ। मैं और गीता बनर्जी, गीता बनर्जी है महाराज स्वामी विजय कृष्ण गोस्वामी का बहन का लड़की, वो भी अच्छी है, आश्रम में है अभी, ब्रह्मचर्य ग्रहण करके वो भी है अभी कॉन्ट्रापेट का और भाड़ लेके वही है अभी। हम दोनों का एक साथ हुआ। जितना बाधा आया था सब दीदी और बड़ों जी के टाइम पे, हम लोग को समय कुछ नहीं हुआ। लेकिन बाका कह रहा था और भी लड़कियों का जनेऊ हो, लेकिन जिस चीज का नाम आया था सब लोग हट गए, मैं और गीता रह गए। बाकी सान्निध्य में हम लोग का जनेऊ हुआ। जनेऊ का आचार्य था बनारस का बंगाली पंडित में प्रसिद्ध शास्त्रज्ञ अग्निशक्तव शर्मा। वो मंत्र को जानते थे सब। और छोट में वो जातिश्य का मतलब आगे का जन्म का सब कुछ बोल सकते थे, ऐसा था। बनारस में उनका बहुत लाभ था, वही हम लोग का आचार्य था। उन्होंने हम लोग का जनेऊ पढ़ाया। यह है जनेऊ का कहानी।
पुरस्चरण क्या है? पुरस्चरण माने क्यों करवाए हैं? पुरस्चरण
ऐसा सुना, पुरस्चरण करने से शरीर का पाप दूर हो जाता है और मंत्र जो है मंत्र सिद्ध होता है और शरीर को पुण्यमय कर देता है, शरीर का पाप को हटा देता है, इसलिए पुरस्चरण कराया जाता है। माँ का ख्याल से मैं और उदर जी की एक साथ पुरस्चरण किया। पुरस्चरण बहुत कठिन साधन है क्योंकि इसका नियम बहुत है, उसका ठंडा गरम सभी सीजन में वो नदी में स्नान करना पड़ता था, सुबह सुबह 4 बजे जाके। ये बहुत नदी जितना भी दूर हो पैदल जाके स्नान करके आना पड़ता था। फिर दोपहर को स्नान करो, फिर शाम को स्नान करो, 3 बार तो स्नान ही करता था। और गायत्री मंत्र, गायत्री पुरस्चरण 3 किस्म का होता है, उत्तम, मध्यम, अधम। उत्तम है 3000 का, मध्यम है 2000 का और उत्तम है 1000 का। हम लोगों में ब्रह्मचर्य संबंधन 1000 करके उत्तम पुरस्चरण किया है। मैं शांता जी, उदर जी 3000 करके अधम पुरस्चरण किया, लेकिन नियम से मानना पड़ा। जब जितना हो उसका 10 तर्पण, उसका 10 मार्जन, उसका 10 ब्राह्मण भोजन करना पड़ता था। जैसे 1 लाख हुआ जब उसका 10 तर्पण हुआ, तर्पण का 10 मार्जन हुआ, मार्जन का 10 ब्राह्मण भोजन हुआ, ऐसे होता था। 1000 करने का संबंध किया है, उसको 4 साल लगा, मुझे भी 4 साल लगा, उधर से 3 साल में किया था।
वर्तमान समाज के लिए माँ का कोई विशेष निर्देश है?
तो माँ का लीला में हम लोग देखते हैं, माँ के पास पंडित, मूर्खों, धनी, दरिद्र, विद्वान, मूर्खों सभी लोग आते थे। जैसे वहाँ वो गोपीनाथ विलास भी आए, मूर्खों से मूर्ख भी माँ के पास आए, ये माँ का विशेषत्व था। और जाति संप्रदाय का कोई भेद नहीं था, सभी जाति का, सभी धर्म का लोग माँ के पास आते थे। इसलिए दिखाई देता है कि माँ के पास हिंदू लोग तो आए ही है, मुसलमान, क्रिश्चियन, छोटा जात सभी लोग आए, राजा से राजा, गरीब से गरीब सभी लोग माँ के पास आए। ये माँ का विशेषत्व था। ये विशेषत्व को देखते हुए बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि माँ समन्वयवादी है, लेकिन माँ का समन्वय में माँ का कोई प्रश्न नहीं था। माँ का जो समझ में आता है, माँ का था एक को पकड़ के रखना, सबको पकड़ के नहीं रखना, एक ही है। ये दुनिया में जो भी कुछ है एक है। शास्त्र में कहा ना, एक ब्रह्म द्वितीय रस्ते, एक ही ब्रह्म है, बाकी कोई नहीं है। माँ का भी यही था, एक ही भगवान है। और भगवान के साथ मिलना ही मनुष्य का उद्देश्य है। इस लीला के साथ ही माँ की लीला सब हुआ और माँ के पास सभी लोग आए। ये है समाज में माँ का अवदान। और माँ का और भी है कि माँ खाली लोगों को लाया ही नहीं, माँ ने अपना लीला का आचरण करके भी दिखाया। उन्होंने मस्जिद में जाके नमाज भी पढ़ा, मुसलमान भक्तों के हाथ से प्रसाद भी खाया। तो माँ के पास कोई भेद नहीं था, हिंदू, मुसलमान, क्रिश्चियन सब बराबर था। ये है माँ का विशेष अवदान। आनंद घनमूर्तये ज्ञान भक्ति प्रदायिने मातस्तुभ्यं नमो नमः।
Our most respectful pranam to Brahmacharni Chandan Didi. Even to have darshan of such monks and sannyasis who have dedicated their whole life in the seva of Ma and realizing Ma, that's absolutely wonderful. They have led huge austerities, and they've been one of the chosen ones when given the sacred thread by Ma. So our most humble pranam to Mataji. We have our next speaker as Swami Shunishtanandaji Maharaj of Ramakrishna Mission. Maharaj, my most respectful pranam to you. We are so grateful for you to grace this occasion. Maharaj has sent this video because it's quite late in Melbourne at the moment. Swamiji is a resident monk of Vedanta Center, Melbourne, since October 2017, and he's a monk of the Ramakrishna Order. He joined the order in 1991 and served as a principal of various high secondary schools run by Ramakrishna Mission in India, and was posted to Fiji as a manager of Swami Vivekananda College in 2012. He was posted to Vedanta Center of Sydney as its Associate Minister of Religion in 2013 and continued there till he was posted to Vedanta Center of Melbourne in 2017, October. Apart from conducting weekly scriptural classes and guided meditation sessions, he's an active participant in seminars, workshops, and interfaith events. Maharaj, we are so blessed to have you in this conference, and what a wonderful speaker and I would really request you to listen to his wonderful speech. Pranam Maharaj.
I saw once Maharaj has entered the meeting, but now I can't find him. Anyway, we will begin with his video that's sent to us.
ॐ निरञ्जनं नित्यम् अनन्तरूपं भक्तानुकम्पाधृतविग्रहं वै ईशावतारं परमेशमिड्यं तं रामकृष्णं शिरसा नमाम जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयो श्रुत्वा प्रणमामि मुहुर्मुहुः. First, I would like to thank Self-Wellness Awareness for inviting me to speak on the topic Holy Mother and Sister Nivedita. It happens to be a part of the 3-day seminar on the theme Awaken with Eternal Motherhood. The influence of Holy Mother in the making of Sister Nivedita is immense. Before entering into the discussion, let me first give a brief introduction of Holy Mother and Sister Nivedita. Endearingly known as Holy Mother, Sri Sarada Devi is a spiritual consort of Sri Ramakrishna. In the history of humanity, there has never been another woman who looked upon herself as the mother of all beings, including animals and birds, and spent her whole life in serving them as her children. And she has undergone unending sacrifice and self-denial. About her role in the mission of Sri Ramakrishna, she herself used to say, "My son, you know, the master had a matribhava, a maternal attitude towards everyone. And he has left me behind to manifest that divine motherhood in the world." Because of this immaculate purity, her extraordinary forbearance, her selfless service, her unconditional love, wisdom, and spiritual illumination. So all these aspects were vividly expressed, had vividly found expression through her life. And that's why Swami Vivekananda regarded Holy Mother, Sri Sharda Devi, as the ideal for woman in the modern age. He believed that with the advent of Holy Mother, the spiritual awakening of woman in modern times had begun. So that's a short intro for Holy Mother. Now, who is Sister Nivedita? Now, she's a daughter of Ireland. Her original name was Miss Margaret Elizabeth Normal, and she later came to be known as Sister Nivedita. Though she was born far away from India, she was born in an Irish-Scottish family. She, when came to India, completely identified herself with India. Her loving and she was loving and serving to this country in many ways. Inspired by Swami Vivekananda, at the age of 30, she decided to make India her home. And till the end of her life, it was a short life. She died at the age of 44. She lived and worked among the Indian people. Her contributions were diverse, ranging from inspiring a sense of Indian nationalism among Indians. On the lines of Swami Vivekananda, he played a great role in inspiring a sense of Indian nationalism among the young Indians, especially. To women's education and empowerment, she had a great role to play. In the revival of Indian art, which in those days, the Indians had hardly any self-awareness of their own, this hoary artistic culture and traditions. She made them aware of it, and she promoted the revival of Indian art. Her promotion, and she promoted the Indian science, as well as she worked in the various humanitarian fields during the epidemics, the famines. She played a great role in the relief during those pandemics. So it is the story of this woman who became daughter of India. It is one of the remarkable tales of courage and convictions. A tremendous courage, tremendous conviction is required for a Westerner to come to India, settle here, become a part and parcel of this Indian tradition, and become the daughter of India as if. It needs tremendous courage, tremendous faith in his own master, Swami Vivekananda. And above all, there was a complete dedication. And that's why her name was Nivedita. She was christened as Nivedita. Nivedita means the dedicated. Foreseeing the capacity to dedicate her life, Swami Vivekananda gave her the name Nivedita. So in the end of, now we will just try to just find the foreground, the background in which Nivedita gradually came to India. And as per today's topic, how she got acquainted with Holy Mother. And after getting acquainted with her, how Holy Mother's life influenced Nivedita. How Holy Mother had to play a role in Nivedita's life. That's the discussion today that we will take up gradually. First, let us go to the background. So it was in the end of 1896 when Swami Vivekananda was in England. And he was having these various parlor talks. It used to be a gathering of some 20, 25 people at the most. But those parlor talks were highly effective. So in one of those parlor talks, when he was addressing the audience, so he was discussing about the devotion. The devotion has various aspects. One of the aspects of devotion is that devotion or love knows no fear. There cannot be any fear in love. And Then to exemplify that there cannot be any fear in love, Swami Vivekananda resorted to some example. What he mentioned, think of a young mother in the street and a dog barking at her. She's frightened and she flies to the nearest house. But suppose the very next day, it's the same young mother. Now today she is in the street with her child. And what to speak of a mere dog? Today, a lion springs upon the child. And where will you find her now? Where will be she now? Swami Vivekananda put the question, and then he himself is answering, of course, in the very mouth of the lion, protecting her child. And after saying that, again he mentioned, love conquers fear. Where there is love, there cannot be fear. The one whom you love, that real love entails that you are ready even to sacrifice your life for your beloved. So love knows no fear. After saying that, Swami Vivekananda was actually indicating love for an ideal. That is to say that I love God. For that, we should be ready even to sacrifice our life. So after giving that example, Swami Vivekananda paused for a while. He moved a few steps nearer to his students and intently looked at them, as if expecting something from them. And then, in a very dramatic way, he continued. What he said, the earth's bravest and the best will have to sacrifice themselves for the good of many, for the welfare of all. Buddhas by hundred are necessary, with eternal love and piety. What the world needs today is 20 men and women who can dare to stand on the street and say that they possess nothing but God. Who will go? And now Swamiji was expecting, as if from that audience, if you will respond to his call. So Swami Vivekananda started pacing up and down, and then he rose up to his feet, intently looking at his students. Seeing no visible response, everyone was silent. There was no as such immediate response. And Swamiji, what he told was very significant. That why should one fear? And then the next sentence he says is very, very significant. If this is true, what else could matter? And if it is not true, what do our lives matter? If for the sake of an ideal, I am ready to sacrifice my life, what else matters? Nothing matters. My love for the ideal is so intense, is so exuberant that I'm even ready to give away my life. So nothing else matters. And if I am not ready to sacrifice my life for an ideal, what this mere life matters? This life has no value if it is not for an ideal. So how nicely he says, if this is not true, what else could matter? And if it is not true, what do our lives matter? So that day, he didn't get any response. But know it for certain, this question, this Swamiji's appeal, among the audience, Margaret Noble was there. It started as if vibrating within her soul. She felt that she has heard the call. And as if as a continuation to this appeal, we find Swami Vivekananda later met Margaret Elizabeth Noble personally. And when he met her personally, he actually spoke of her divine plan, that why actually he was speaking in those terms, specifically mentioned the reason. What he told, that after coming to the West, I realized that one of the causes of prosperity in the West is education of both men and women. Whereas women are neglected in India in those days, when the women folk had no education. So that's what Swami Vivekananda is indicating, whereas women are neglected in India. And then he is giving a nice example. A bird cannot fly in one wing. It needs both the wings. It cannot fly in one wing. Both men and women are necessary to build a successful nation. So Swamiji mentioned that he has plan. He had plans for the women of his country, and in which he felt that Margaret Noble could be of great help. And why Margaret Noble? Because he felt that it is not a man, but a woman, a real lioness, which is needed to work for the Indians and especially for the woman. And we find that the Margaret Noble's response, because already the apple was vibrating within her soul. So immediate response was, I knew always a call would come, and it did. So she was ready. She was just ready the moment Swami Vivekananda spoke about his divine plan. But then immediately Swamiji warned him. He was very happy that Nivedita, she was yet to be known as Nivedita, Margaret, that's her earlier name, that Margaret has agreed. Swamiji was very happy. But he warned her by saying that, indeed, you have a great future in the work for India. But then what he warned, but know it for certain, it's not going to be easy. India is a tropical country. Weather is extremely hot most of the year. The English in India will hate you for befriending Indians. And again, in turn, the Indians would doubt your good intentions. So would you be able to face these challenges? Margaret's reply was wonderful. She told, I have made up my mind. The arrow has left the bow. So there is no question of return. She has made up her mind. And then we find her on an extremely cold and foggy winter morning. Margaret leaves England and she arrives in Calcutta in January 1898, in the end of January 1898. And after a few days, two other American disciples of the Swami, Mrs. Sarah Bull and Miss Josephine MacLeod, they came to India. And a bond of love and friendship very soon grew between these three: Sarah Bull, Josephine MacLeod, and Nivedita. And now Swami Vivekananda, the first thing he felt that he needs to arrange a meeting with Holy Mother, Sri Sharada Devi, who was then staying at Calcutta. And accordingly, on March 17, 1898, we find Margaret, along with Mrs. Sarah Bull and Miss Josephine MacLeod, went to meet Holy Mother. Seeing the three Western ladies, Holy Mother immediately went back to past. She remembered one of Sri Ramakrishna's vision long back, which he related to Holy Mother. So what was that vision? So one day at Dakshineshwar, Sri Ramakrishna narrated this vision, that he mentioned that he was in the land of white people. Their skin is white, their hearts are white, and they're simple and sincere. And seeing the Western ladies, Holy Mother felt that Sri Ramakrishna's vision has come true. Here they are. Holy Mother asked Margaret Noble her name. Very interesting. And hearing her full name, that full name was Margaret Elizabeth Noble. Mother, like a simple mother, the simple Indian mother replied, but it is not possible for me to call you with such a long name. I will call you Cookie. In Bengali, Cookie means a small baby girl. And when it was explained to Margaret that what Cookie means, she was extremely delighted like a small girl. She genuinely felt that she was the mother's baby. And that was the relation. She was always the mother's baby, and she liked to be called as Cookie. In this very first meeting, the Western ladies, all the three of them, felt an inexplicable bond of love with the mother. The mother radiates love. She need not have to express it. Her presence was filled with that love. That love used to vibrate in her presence. And they felt that inexplicable bond of love with the mother. And when they were served some refreshments, they never knew the customs of the Indian, especially the widows or the women folk in those days, that they maintained very rigid habits as per taking food is concerned, sharing food with the foreigners. It could never be thought of. But they were not aware of it. The foreign ladies were not aware of it. So what they did, they requested Holy Mother to share the food along with them. And Holy Mother, without any hesitation, consented. She also shared the food along with these three Western ladies. These Western ladies were not aware of the taboo of the Orthodox Hindu society, where they were not supposed to share food with the foreigners. Now, later, after the meeting, when they went back and related everything to Swami Vivekananda, when Swami Vivekananda, hearing that Holy Mother shared food with the Western ladies, he was surprised. He never thought that Mother will go to that extent. And for him, he realized that how highly significant this simple act was. He realized that the partaking of food with the foreign ladies was, as it were, a sanction given by her to the Hindu society to accept and absorb them into its fold. It was indeed a blessing. For Nivedita, this single act gave her a dignity and made her future work possible in a way nothing else could have possibly done. The simple act. That's how the great illumined souls' actions are. They need not go for that huge lecture or deliberation. Just by a mere simple act, breaking all the so-called taboos, sitting with the foreigners, taking the food, immediately the inner circle of the mother, the ladies, who were in a fix that how to relate with these foreign ladies, all those doubts, confusions vanished. She opened up the door for these three foreign ladies to come and intermingle with the inner folk, the inner circle of the Holy Mother. Now, taking this gesture as an acceptance from Holy Mother, Swami Vivekananda was freed from all anxiety and doubts, and he decided to ordain Margaret into the vows of Brahmacharya. It is the life of a religious celibate, the one who is never going to marry, to dedicate her life for the service of humanity, serving God in man. So Swamiji, after the Brahmacharya ceremony, and named her Nivedita. So Margaret became Nivedita, the dedicated. The one has dedicated her life. That's what the word Nivedita means. So she became Nivedita, the dedicated. And he blessed her. He blessed her by saying that be Shiva in renunciation and like Buddha in compassion. Go and follow Buddha, who was born and gave his life for 500 times before he attained the state of Buddha. Now, after this, after getting the Brahmacharya ceremony, now Nivedita started her desired project of starting a school for girls on 13th November 1898 on the auspicious occasion of Kali Puja. Holy Mother was invited to consecrate the new school. So Holy Mother blessed the occasion by consecrating the school, and she prayed May the Divine Mother of the universe bless the school. May the girls trained here be ideals to the society. And Nivedita, in one of her letters, remarked, I cannot imagine a grander woman than Holy Mother's blessings spoken over the educated Indian womanhood of the future. Now, impact of Holy Mother in Nivedita's life was immense. In one of her letters to Holy Mother, when Nivedita was not in India for raising funds, she went again to the Europe and America. And from overseas, she wrote a letter to Holy Mother, where her feelings are very beautifully expressed. So I will just read out that portion of a letter. Mother, this morning I went to the church. All the people were thinking of Mother Mary, the mother of Jesus. And suddenly I thought of you, your dear face and your loving look and your white sari and your bracelets. It was all there. I thought I had been foolish to sit in your room at the evening service of Sri Ramakrishna, trying to meditate. Why did I not understand that it was quiet enough to be a little girl at your dear feet? How wonderfully she is expressing. Mother, you are full of love. And it is not a flushed and violent love like the world's, but a gentle peace that brings good to everyone and wishes ill to none. Dearest Mother, I wish I could compose a wonderful hymn on you, but somehow even that would be too loud, too full of noise. Surely you are the most wonderful thing of God, Sri Ramakrishna's own chalice of his love for the world, a token left with his children. What a wonderful letter, which shows the beautiful feelings she had for the Holy Mother. She stayed for a short while with Holy Mother when she was in India. Now she has gone back for raising fund to come back again to start her project in a more expansive way. So during her stay away from her, that's the letter she wrote, expressing her feeling for her. Much later, we will find that while describing Holy Mother's role in the Ramakrishna movement, Nivedita's words are extremely significant. So again, that I will read her words, that what's the role of Holy Mother in the Ramakrishna movement. To me, it appeared that she is Sri Ramakrishna's final word as to the ideal of Indian womanhood. But is she the last of an older order or the beginning of a new? In her question itself, her opinion is obviously implied. So this question itself, that to me it appeared that she is Sri Ramakrishna's final word as to the ideal of Indian womanhood. And then she is asking, but is she the last of an older order or the beginning of a new? So in her question itself, actually, she is giving her opinion. What's that opinion? So by being with Holy Mother and intimately associating with her, she understood that Holy Mother is the bridge, the connecting link between the old and the new. And it becomes evident from various observations of Nivedita on Holy Mother. And today we will discuss a few of them. that the various observations of Nivedita on Holy Mother, which shows that she used to feel that Mother is the bridge, the connecting link between the old and the new, as per the ideal of womanhood is concerned. First is a wonderful self-effacement that was exemplified through the life of Holy Mother. Nivedita, in one of her letters, observes what she's observing, what she's mentioning, that one of the most striking traits of Holy Mother is the absolute detachment with which she used to speak of Sri Ramakrishna, her husband. From her word, it was impossible to find out that Sri Ramakrishna was her husband. She will always mention him as Gurudev, or the divine master. That's what she used to call him. And not one word of her uttering ever conveyed the slightest trace of self-assertion about him. One who did not knew who she was would never suspect, would never even suspect from her speech, that she has a stronger right, a closer place than any other about her, as if she was one of the devotees. That's how all used to feel. It would, as if, so it seems as if the wife has long ago has been forgotten. That was her subjective feeling. But others, what was the others' approach? Though she was so humble, but others revered her like the universal mother. And that reverence was very deep. There was, to give an instance, to give an example, what type of reverence it was, that Nivedita is saying a very wonderful thing, that when mother is to go by train, no one will occupy a railway berth above her when traveling with her. Her very presence to them was a consecration. Just to be with him is to as if be on a pilgrimage. To be with her was as if like a pilgrimage. So that's how they felt, and that's what Nivedita is observing in one of her letters. And then Nivedita is again speaking of another aspect, that she utterly lacked self-consciousness. Apparently, it seemed that she follows all the norms because of shyness. She will be having a long veil, but it can fall off when the necessity be. And without any shyness, very naturally. When the first photo of the Holy Mother was taken, there's a nice story behind it. It's the photo of the Holy Mother installed in all the shrines of Ramakrishna Mission centers. It's the meditation pose of the Sharada Devi, our Holy Mother. That picture was taken in 1898. At that time, her age was 45. The photo was taken at Bagh Bazar, Calcutta, where Holy Mother was staying, and it was taken by an English photographer. The story behind the picture is very interesting. When Mrs. Oli Bull approached Holy Mother for her photograph, first she declined because she was as if too shy to go to a studio and unveil her face in front of the unknown photographer. But when Mrs. Oli Bull requested, saying that I will have to go back to America, and then I need your photo. I want to worship you. And now she couldn't deny. She agreed. So when the European photographer was called and he arrived, now Holy Mother controlled her bashfulness and sat for the photo session. And the way Holy Mother is dressed in that photo, she never used to dress that way, that the hair is on one side and the cloth is tied under her armpits. That was not the usual way. It was just Sister Nivedita and Golap Ma, they arranged her clothes and hair according to their taste. And then she sat for the photograph. And the photograph was, this famous photograph was taken. And we feel that it's what's there in it. But Nivedita had a very intent eye. her observation is wonderful. She is writing in one of her letters to someone called Eric Hammond, to Mrs. Eric Hammond. What she's writing, you know that photograph meant the first time Holy Mother had ever looked straight at a grown-up man outside her own family. Very interesting. Yet not a grain of self-consciousness was there. You may say, what's there? Now, just to stress the point, Nivedita is mentioning, neither Swami Vivekananda nor Sri Ramakrishna himself ever saw her unveiled. After her marriage, I mean, when she was just a girl of 5, after that, she used to always have a long veil, even in front of Ramakrishna. What to speak of others? Even Ramakrishna could never see his face. And now when the need is, she has opened the veil, sitting in front of the European photographer. And you will find in that photo, there is no sign of any bashfulness. She's looking so natural, so relaxed. This indicates a very wonderful thing, that the illumined souls always come to fulfill, they never come to destroy. They always try to adhere to the social norms willingly without creating unnecessary turmoil. But if need be, all the social conventions falls off. Being always aware of their true divine nature, which nothing of this world can tarnish. Nothing can in any way destroy it. So we find they're quite bold and fearless. And that gives them the immense strength to transcend all social norms if need be. Otherwise, they appear to be well following them. But when the need is, they very easily can throw off all the social norms and rise above the situation. And that's possible because she had no sense of self-awareness. She was always tuned to the divine. So, and that's the example which Nivedita is giving, which was nicely exemplified in the life of Holy Mother when this first photograph was taken. Now, Nivedita was really a very keen observer. She saw that this Holy Mother is a simple lady who had as such no formal education. She was by all means a nun, a saintly person. Throughout the day was spent in worship. Her life was as if a prayer. But that lady, when the need be, is a very, very strong administrator. She was an administrator in the garb of a nun. So in another letter, Nivedita observes, very interesting observation. Her life is one long stillness of prayer. She looks exquisitely beautiful and saintly when she is worshipping or meditating. And yet her courtesy and her open mind are almost as wonderful as her sainthood. I have never known her hesitate in giving utterance to a generous judgment, however complex it might be. With unerring intuition, she goes straight into the heart of the matter and sets the questioner in the true attitude to the difficulty. No foolish sentimentality causes her to waver. The novice whom she may condemn and ask him to undertake some form of penances will obey her with full respect. He who has transgressed her code of delicacy and honor will never enter her presence again. Well, this shows that Holy Mother, unlike most of us, was a real vertebrate and not a crustacean. Now, the crustaceans, what you know, that it has an outer hard shell. For the crustaceans, the hard shell forms the outer cover, which if breaks, exposes its soft body, making it extremely vulnerable. So we are like crustaceans. We are not exactly these vertebrates. Because like for most of us, with all our prides and pretensions, which forms the external crust, which is very easily punctured, making us vulnerable to the challenges of life. But to the contrary, in the life of Holy Mother, she was a real vertebrate. We find that outwardly she's soft, but she's very strong to the core. Like the blacksmith's anvil, that's the example which the scripture gives. The one who is established in the self is like the blacksmith's anvil. How much hammering goes on it, but there is no deformation. Nothing can destroy, damage it. Nothing can deform it. So the blacksmith's anvil, in spite of incessant that hammering, it cannot be damaged. It cannot be deformed. So that's what, like the Holy Mother, outwardly she's soft, but strong to the core, like the blacksmith's anvil. And that's why we find in the critical situations and the challenges of life, she's firm and steady. The decision, what has to be taken, very calmly, with full equipoise, she will softly speak her decision. And that will be the last word, even to Swami Vivekananda. For Swami Vivekananda also, Holy Mother's word were the last words. There are so many nice stories in the life of Holy Mother. So in this contest, let me highlight a few incidences in the life of Holy Mother, which are of great importance in the history of Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission. Well, in March 1898, there was an outbreak of plague in Calcutta. And Swami Vivekananda was, he was sometimes very, very impulsive in his decision. His heart was full of love. So he wanted to make plans for relief work for that plague, but there was no money. So his love was so intense that it used to make him have some, make him take some impulsive decisions. So he told his brother disciples, we shall sell, if necessary, the land that has been purchased for the monastery. Means the present Belur Math, this monastery land, this Belur Math land, he was ready to sell it. What was his reason? We are sannyasins and we are ready to sleep under the trees and live on alms. So we must, why should we care for this monastery and possession? So when by just giving them away, by disposing them, we can relieve these thousands of helpless people suffering before our own eyes. Now, Swamiji had a very strong personality and it was not easy to dissuade him. But however, Swami Shivananda, another direct disciple of Sri Ramakrishna, he suggested, he knew that Swamiji will never disobey Holy Mother, can simply throw away her words. He cannot do that. So he suggested very cleverly, what? Swamiji, that you always consult Holy Mother about important matters. So why don't you consult Holy Mother about selling this much property? Swamiji immediately agreed. When the moment the Holy Mother's name was taken, she told, yes, okay, let us go to Holy Mother. And he was accompanied by Swami Brahmananda and Swami Sharadananda and of course Shivananda. So when Swamiji expressed his opinion, he went and offered his pranams and then he expressed his opinion. Now, Holy Mother, we find generally has supported Swamiji's project without any question. But here, very interesting thing we find. What she told is very important. Well, she mentioned that, well, my son, how can you sell much property? When you purchase the property, you purchased in my name. It was in the name of Holy Mother, the property was purchased. And now how can you sell it? It is in my name. Swami Vivekananda came to his senses. Yes, what she says is, do make a sense. And after that, she told something interesting. She told that you are having that strong renunciation. You can spend your lives under the trees, but the future generation who will come, who want to renounce their life in the name of Ramakrishna, they won't be having that intense renunciation. They need some shelter. And Ramakrishna's ideology, he will be working in so many ways for thousands of years. Will it all be exhausted just in one relief work? If you sell the much property, it's all over. That there are so many objectives of this Ramakrishna's And there's the master's mission, Ramakrishna's mission. There are so many objectives. In these, all these infinite ideas of the master will spread all over the world in future. And his mission will continue through the ages. Just see, there's this apparently this simple village lady with no as such formal education. She calmly is saying something which even Swami Vivekananda cannot simply brush off. What a wonderful thing she's saying. And this is the thing for which we are still here. Swamiji immediately realized the truth of the Holy Mother's statement. And naturally, the decision which we were going to take, that to sell the mud property, that was abated. Again, when Swami Vivekananda was alive in January 1901, Vivekananda went to Advaita Ashram at Mayavati. There's another incident in the Himalayas. He went there and stayed there for a couple of weeks, and he dedicated this Advaita Ashram for exclusively practicing Advaita Vedanta, which means there shouldn't be any ritualistic worship, there shouldn't be any photo of Ramakrishna, no shrine set up. But one day, Swamiji in the morning, he entered a room of the ashram building and found already a shrine has been formed. There's a picture of Ramakrishna, and a monk was sitting in front and was performing worship with flowers and with other accessories, sandal paste and other accessories. Swamiji saw, he was a bit grave. He didn't say anything immediately. But in the evening, when they all gathered around the fireplace, he strongly disapproved the ritualistic worship in Advaita Ashram. And after returning to Belur Math, Swamiji very jokingly said that I thought that I have formed a center, at least one center, where there won't be any external worship. All will be, all those who stay there will be just resorting to the practice of that Advaitic mode of worship, of sadhana. And then what he said jokingly is, but I found that old man, meaning Ramakrishna, had already established himself even there. That though I said no, he himself has established there. That's what he was jokingly saying. And after that, Swami, it was 1901, and then the next year, Vivekananda passed away. And after he passed away, it's very difficult to just adopt spiritual life without any, as such, this dualistic mode of worship. So one of the disciples of Swami Vivekananda, he was in Advaita Ashram. He finding it difficult to adopt to that Advaitic sadhana. He wrote a letter. His name was Swami Vimalananda. So, who wrote a letter to Holy Mother and asked her to clarify the matter. That is it in any way not possible to adopt this dualistic worship in this center? And again, we find Holy Mother's how firm that she herself worships Sri Ramakrishna every day. And she's answering his letter, said as Holy Mother used to say, যখন যেমন তখন তেমন, যাকে যেমন তাকে তেমন, যেখানে যেমন সেখানে তেমন. As per the circumstances, your mood, your behavior pattern should change. The one with whom you are talking, the person, as per the person is concerned, as per the circumstance is concerned, as per the time is concerned. So here we find Holy Mother is actually speaking that center is meant for Advaitic worship. Swami Vivekananda has specified that he is no more there. Then how come we simply rule out what has been told by him? So now she's answering a letter from Jairam Bhatti that Sri Ramakrishna, your guru, is an Advaitin. At last, after all the modes of sadhana, he got established in Advaitic Vedanta. So he's an Advaitin. And since you all are his disciples, you too are Advaitins. And see, he emphatically just stressed that I can emphatically say that you too are Advaitins, and this letter settled the issue. Till now, there is no ritualistic worship. Just see how this simple lady in the garb of a nun was an administrator. Very calmly, the decision she is taking is fully justified. No one can ever contradict it. And then Ramakrishna Mission really went through some crisis. Long back during the British rule in December 1916, there's a Lord Carmichael. He was the governor of Bengal. In one of his lectures, he accused Ramakrishna Mission for giving shelters to political revolutionaries. That many were joining the order as monks who had a past history of political revolutionaries. And the government discovered that many revolutionaries were inspired by Swami Vivekananda's books. So they came to the conclusion that the monks of the Ramakrishna order were behind the freedom movement. So naturally, they were quite suspicious about these newly ordained monks. And this governor's remark created a great turmoil and apprehension among the monastics, as well as among the public. And then some of the well-wishers came and suggested Swami Sharadananda, the then General Secretary, one of the direct disciples of Ramakrishna, is the first General Secretary of Ramakrishna order, that remove those Swamis. Otherwise, we will be in problem. But Sharadananda was deeply concerned about the future of those pure, noble souls. They have dedicated their lives. Maybe a few of them were revolutionaries, but now they have no such intentions. They have renounced their past way of life, came with the idea of dedicating for the service of humanity by seeing God in man, Shiva Gyani Jiva Sheva. So with that type of attitude, they have approached. So now he was not in any way having any intention to remove them. So he was in a confusion. So he went to Holy Mother. Holy Mother listened calmly to what Sharadananda had to say. And then what she said is that the master was the embodiment of truth. And these boys have taken shelter in all the master. They have embraced his ideal. They became monks. They've renounced their families. They've shunned their personal worldly enjoyment. And they've dedicated their lives for the service of humankind. Why should they pretend? And after saying that mother's suggestion is wonderful. You better go to the governor and meet him and explain to him the activities of Ramakrishna Mission. And then almost she prophesied, she just foretold, he will definitely listen. And that's what happened. Swami Sharadananda met the governor, talked to the governor for nearly an hour, and Sharadananda was able to remove the misgivings regarding the activities of Ramakrishna Mission. And this meeting was soon followed by a letter of apology from the governor. We cannot think of it in the British regime. The governor sending a letter of apology to the Ramakrishna order. And this removed the cloud of doubt that hung over the Ramakrishna Mission. Just see how crucial was her decisions. She had a tremendous capacity of an administrator, and it was possible because she was always equipoised in herself. There were no biases. She was beyond all bias. And that's why the decisions always used to be correct. And the last thing which Nivedita is indicating, that Holy Mother had the tremendous power to appreciate other religious feelings, some new religious feeling and ideas, not belonging to Hinduism, some other religion. So with this, I will conclude my discussion today. With this, speaking about this aspect. So in her book, The Master as I Saw Him, Nivedita mentions. So again, I will read out what she's mentioning. I first realized this gift, that's the gift to appreciate new religious feelings and ideas, of appreciating new religious feelings and ideas in Holy Mother on the afternoon of one of the Easter day, on a certain Easter day. After going over our whole house, she came to visit Nivedita, went around the house. The mother and her party, all those who accompanied the mother, they expressed a desire to rest in the chapel and hear something of the meaning of the Christian festival, means the Easter. So they means after that, the Eastern music and the singing followed. And then what Nivedita is mentioning is something that is very significant. That it is totally foreign religion, foreign idea of the resurrection. After the crucifixion, that Jesus resurrected. That's the idea about which they were discussing. And they found how quickly and with how intently Holy Mother could comprehend it. Very swiftly she could comprehend the significance of those resurrection hymns and the tremendous sympathy with which she got absorbed in these foreign ideas. She was totally absorbed in the chanting, and that was astoundingly remarkable. This is the thing which we need today, to really appreciate the goodness in others. It's so easy to relate to others' negativities. It's so hard to relate to the positive aspects of others. And that way, a society can really grow when we are all relating to others with their positivity. We build on strength. We overlook the weaknesses. That's the only way of progress. And that's what is how nicely being indicated in the life of Holy Mother. The same trait we found in the evening when Holy Mother with her all other those who used to be in her close circle. The one day Nivedita came to visit Holy Mother with all her the disciples and those who used to accompany her with her. They all wanted to wanted to know about the European wedding. And now Nivedita, she was just like a child in front of the mother. So with much fun and laughter, she started personating the Christian wedding. Now and then she became the Christian Brahmin. That's what she mentions, that I impersonated myself as the Christian Brahmin. Christian Brahmin, and again as the bride and the bridegroom, and all had a very, very real fun. But when she spoke about the vows, now Nivedita was not prepared for the effect that had on Holy Mother. Suddenly she became serious when she heard the vows, the marriage vows. What was the vows? For better or worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, till death us do part. So we stay together in all situations, for good or for worse, whether in sickness or in health, we are not going to part. These words, hearing these words, Holy Mother immediately exclaimed with full delight, what? Oh, the Dhammi words, Dhammi, Dhammi. Dhammi means righteous words. She immediately appreciated the universal value behind these words. So what's the value behind this? What's the universal value which finds expression? These words of the Holy Mother explain the real meaning of the word dharma. Dharma etymologically means dharyate iti dharma, that which holds us, binds us, integrates us, is dharma. Now, what integrates us? What's the thing which integrates us? Well, like all other animals, we as humans too have feelings and emotions. The animals too have. It's not only we human who have these feelings and emotions, they too have. But as human beings, our uniqueness is we can guide our emotions and feelings with our willpower. With the willpower, we can guide them. The animals cannot do that. They're just purely impulsive. We can guide our emotions and feelings with our will. And in whatever culture or religion we may belong, the marriage vows are universal. They speak of this human capacity to guide our feelings and emotions with our will. That we can guide our emotions with a will. And the vows speak of that. And the more we can do that, the more integrated is our life. As simple as that. And that's why they are dharma, nothing else. So how deeply Holy Mother could immediately catch the real meaning of some ideals which doesn't belong to this her religious fold. Easily she could relate to that, and immediately we will find that she can appreciate that. So that's what Nivedita is saying, that she had a wonderful capacity to appreciate new religious ideas and feelings. So I won't take much time. I have taken a lot of time. So I will conclude by saying that Swami Vivekananda used to say that the uniqueness of Indian spirituality is that its effect is like the falling of the dewdrops. Dewdrops fall unnoticed, but they drench the grass field. Similar is the spiritual transformation that ensues when we are fortunate enough to be in association with a spiritually illumined soul. And that's so true in Holy Mother's life. Nivedita realized the truth of his master, Swami Vivekananda's words, through the life of Holy Mother. One has just to be near her. And in retrospect, much later, when one looks back to those days of holy association, one realizes how deeply it has influenced one's life, overhauled it, purified it, and rendered one with a sense of deep fulfillment. And that's what Nivedita meant when referring to Holy Mother. She said, it is quiet enough to be a cookie, a little child at her dear feet. There was no need to meditate, just to be with her. No need to be meditating or studying or doing vichara. Just to be with her itself is a sadhana. But just by observing that life, we slowly, like osmosis, the values enter into our life. And that's the significance of satsanga, which is so much praised in our culture. And that's what happened with Nivedita. In that holy company of Holy Mother, just by staying with her, there was a huge transformation in her life. Her life was as if overhauled. And that's what the Holy Mother's life stands for. Even now, today, though she is not there, just by absorbing the values for which she lived, by contemplating on her life, we can also have that sadhu sangha. We can also have that holy company. And that is bound to transform our life. So with these words, I would like to conclude my discussion today. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all. Namaskars.
Namaste, Maharaj. Please accept our most wonderful pranam. It was an absolutely wonderful talk on Ma and Sister Nivedita, and what a wonderful way to summarize it, everybody. It's quite late in India at the moment, so we don't have a huge audience, but still this talk will be available on the SWA website, and Hemantiji and the team will be working on that very soon. Next, we will be having Dr. Jaya Sanyal, as she will be doing a part Chandi part and also Pranam Mantra, and we will be concluding the ceremony with this. She has already, many of you have already heard her singing on the first day. I'll just give a brief introduction to her, about her. She is an initiated disciple of Ma Anandamayi Ashram and is blessed as her name, Jaya, was conferred by Ma herself. We had Justice Karunanand Bajpayee speaking on the first day. His name was also given by Ma, and also Arpita Brown, she was there here as an audience. She mentioned that she was blessed to have Ma giving her the name. She's a PhD in genetics and a wonderful singer. She's blessed with a beautiful voice and has been a student of Geeta Sri Chomi Bandyopadhyay, has been living in Boston, USA for the last 7 years. She leads kirtans and satsangs in Boston and has led huge kirtans in Anandamayi Ashram in Kankal, Agarpara, and other private events. Please welcome Dr. Jaya Sanyal Bandyopadhyay into the event. And thank you so much all for staying back so late. It's a great effort Hemantiji and the team has taken to organize this. Behind the scenes, her husband, Anirban Kanjilal, I never mentioned his name. He has been absolutely a guiding force to edit the videos and a lot of other efforts. We have seen me and Ravi Hemantji and sometimes Rohitaji, but they have been doing all the work. Anirban has been absolutely a pivotal force to make this event a big success, along with Vanita. Please welcome Dr. Jaya Shardal Bandyopadhyay.
We cannot hear you.
Jaya, we cannot hear you. We can please unmute yourself. I think you're already unmuted.
Unmuted, yeah.
No, we cannot hear you, Jaya.
Using headphone, better you can. You do not. You don't use the headphone. Just go with the phone speaker. Still, we cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you. No. Just take off the.
Okay, maybe she's. Yeah, take off your headphone.
It's all right.
No.
We cannot hear you, Jaya. Do you want to re-log in, Jaya? Jaya, do you want to re-log in? Jaya, why don't you log off and log in? Log back off and log in again. I'm really sorry for this. Yeah, okay, she'll be here very soon. You're connected to audio. You muted. Unmute yourself now. Joya, unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can hear you now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sounds good. 1 second, please. 1 second.
That's fine. That's okay.
Give me 1 minute. त्वं स्वाहा त्वं स्वधा त्वं हि वशचकारस्वरात्मिका सुधातमक्षरे नित्ये त्रिधा मात्रात्मिका स्थिता अर्धमात्रा स्थिता नित्या यानुचार्या विशेषतः त्वमेव सा त्वं सावित्री त्वं देवी जननी परा त्वयैव धार्यते सर्वं त्वयैतत् सृज्यते जगत् त्वयैतत् पालते देवी त्वमस्मन्ते च सर्वदा दृष्टिष्टो सृष्टिरूपा त्वं स्थितिरूपा च पालने तथा संहृतिरूपान्ते जगत स जगन्मये महाविद्या महामाया महामेधा महाश्रुतिः महामोहा च भवति महादेवी महासुरी प्रकृतिस्त्वं हि सर्वस्य गुणत्रय विभाविनी कालरात्रिर्महारात्रि मोहरात्रीश्वदारुणा त्वं श्री स्वमेश्वरी स्वं ह्रीस्त्वं बुद्धिर्बोधनकिषणा लज्जा पुष्टि सथा तुष्टि त्वं शान्ति शान्तिरेव च हरिगिरि शूलिनी घोरा गदिनी चक्रिणी तथा शङ्खिनी चापिनी मान भूषण्ये परिधानुगा सौम्या सम्यदया शेष सौम्य भासति सुन्दरी परापराणां परमा त्वमेव परमेश्वरी यच्च किञ्चित् क्वचित् वस्तु सद्वाखिलात्मिके तस्य सर्वस्य या शक्तिः त्वं किं सुसे तदा यया त्वया जगत् स्रष्टा जगत् पातातियो जगत् सोपनिद्रावसंनीतः तस्त्वं सुमहेश्वरः विष्णु शरीरग्रहण अहं मेषानेव च कारितास्ते यतो तस्त्वं स्तोतुं शक्तिमान् भवेत् सात्वित्वं प्रभावै स्वै उदारै देवि संसुता मोहयेतो दुराधर्षा वसुरौ मधुकैटभौ प्रबोधं च जगत् स्वामी नीयतामश्रुतो लघु बोधश्च क्रियतामश्च अन्तमेतो महासुरो यदक्षरं परिभ्रष्टं मात्रहीनं च यद् भवेत् पूर्णं भवतु तत् सर्वं तत् प्रसादाद् महेश्वरी। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। गुरुर्मध्ये स्थिता माता मातृमध्ये स्थितो गुरु गुरुर्माता नमस्तेस्तु मातृगुरुं नमामहम्। सर्वमङ्गलमङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके गौरी नारायणे नमोस्तुते। सृष्टिस्थितिविनाशानं शक्तिभूते सनातनी गुणाश्रये गुणमाये नारायणे नमोस्तुते। शरणागत दीनार्थ परित्राणपरायणे सर्वस्वार्थी हरे देवी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। भवतापप्रणाशिन्य आनन्द घनमूर्तये ज्ञानभक्तिप्रदायिन्ये मातुस्तुभ्यं नमो नमः। नमः शिवाय शान्ताय कारणत्रयहेतवे निवेदयामि चतमानं वङ्गते परमेश्वरः। सप्तपातकसंहन्त्री सद्दुःखो विनाशिनी सुखदा मोक्षदा गङ्गा गङ्गैव परमागतिः। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिंधु दीनबंधु जगतपते गोपीश गोपिका कांत श्री राधा कांत नमोस्तुते। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धु सखा त्वमेव 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 विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मायमृतङ्गमय आविराविर्मयेति यदक्षरं परिभ्रष्टं मात्रहीनं च यद् भवेत् पूर्णं भवतु तत् सर्वं तत्प्रसादात् महेश्वरी ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरि ओम् तत्सत्।
Thank you so much. I really want to thanks all of you for being with us, but especially from India, because this is too late night now in India. And thank you, Dr. Jaya Shannal Bandopadhyay, for this beautiful part and pranam mantra. I like to say my pranam and thank you to Pujya Kedarnath Swamiji. I like to say my pranam to Brahmacharini Puranacharya Chandan Didi. Pranam to Swami Shunishtananda ji. Thanks and pranam to Dr. Devi Priya Roy, Mr. Anurag Banerjee, Dr. Sunita Burman, Dr. Pragya Halstrom, Dr. Jaya Shannal Bandopadhyay once again, and Dr. Santosh Upadhyay. And I can't express my gratitude enough to Dr. Jayashish Bandopadhyay for his continuous support and for this beautiful emceeing that he has done and make this program so successful. And Ronita Haldar for being with us. Also, prior to winding it up, I would like to pay respect and my gratitude to all the people without whom this event could not have been successful. I really want to show my gratitude and my pranam to Swami Kripamayananda ji from Vedanta Society, Toronto, Swami Vishwanathananda ji, Brahmacharini Archana Didi, Brahmachari Buddhadev Guho from Ramakrishna Order, Swami Ram Alexander ji, Mr. Christopher Pegler, Mr. Binoy Gwenka, Mr. Raghav Saxena, Mr. Ashok Bhaumik, Dr. Meena Bhatt, Mr. Arup Bandopadhyay, Mr. Rajiv Ghosh, Tiwari ji from Bhopal, Dr. Sampadananda Mishra, Dr. Rita Bhattacharya, Dr. Manobindu Sarkar, Mrs. Shathi Bhattacharya, Mrs. Deepa Chaudhuri, Miss Sudakshina Bhattacharya, Niraj Bhai from Kankhal Anandamayi Ashram, Rashmi from Kanyapit, Mr. Hirok Mukhopadhyay, Mr. Shubhajit Mitra, and Miss Ashi Bajpayee. Last but not really least, I would like to pay my gratitude, my pranam to my parents, without whom I would not be able to make this event happen, and especially to my mom. I believe this is not the end. We will reunite again to have many more events like this. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you and namaskar.